for you. This is how I feel. Even if it hurts, it's okay, it's okay. This is how I care for everything you do. When I'm alone with you, it's okay, it's okay. Don't want nobody if it ain't true, but don't need no lovers up in the air. This is all for you, for everything you do. When I'm alone with you, it's okay, it's okay. This is how I care for everything you do. When I'm alone with you, it's okay, it's okay. Don't want nobody if it ain't true, but don't need no lovers up in the air. This is all for all I want is just a good time. All I want is just a good time. All I want is just a good time. All I want is all I want is just a good time. All I want is just a good time. All I want is just a good time. All I want is a good time, baby. All I want is just a good time. All I want is something good. All I want is just a good time. All I want is something good.
Just a good time. I don't want just a good time. Whatever.
Gonna mess it up, 'cause your idea of a good time so different than mine. I don't wanna stay home, but you don't wanna meet me at the bar. What's the compromise? Does it make you come alive? Does it make you come alive?
Yeah, I told you all I wanted was a good, good time. And I'm just trying to make your mind up, but you've been on my mind. I've been trying to make you happy, but you just so bad. And I'm just trying to have a good time, but you won't.
I'm scrolling on Facebook.
My sister found Rock from the Heart group on Facebook.
My sister Laura actually told me about it.
And I was actually really excited. Hey, I think I found a group just for me.
Hi, I'm Amy Johnson, president and founder of Rock from the Heart. My husband, Pete, and I started the foundation kind of as an idea that started in his hospital bed after his open heart surgery to replace his aortic valve and repair his aneurysm.
I wanted to start Rock from the Heart to kind of let people know, hey, you're not alone in this, and it's not a death sentence.
Since Pete is a drummer, we thought we'd add music into the mix.
I wanted my David Bowie tribute band do a little show, maybe raise money for heart surgeries. Well, that turned into, let's go a little bigger and get a national band called Night Ranger, because their drummer had the same heart surgery that I had. Why not do a big concert? My Bowie band will open. Drummers from both bands will have been recent heart surgery mechanical valve recipients.
So every Rock from the Heart event, you'll have a day of education and connecting, followed by a second day with rock and roll music.
When I learned that you guys were mixing a symposium with a rock concert, you can't get better than that.
It's more than just an event. It's a community. It's people coming together to educate themselves and their families and raise awareness of aortic disease.
All of a sudden, we went from our family to this big Rock from the Heart family.
We just recently learned that we have 2 different kinds of rare heart disease.
Our brother was diagnosed with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy.
One of my older brothers was diagnosed.
How I was diagnosed, I was working, a friend of mine came in. He said, well, I need a new kidney. And I looked at him and went, tell you what, I'll give you my kidney. I was medically cleared for it. And then the next visit, well, you have called an ascending aorta aneurysm.
His doctor suggested that we all get tested.
My echo this spring showed significant thickening of my aortic wall.
I had learned that I had a bicuspid aortic valve.
I was trying to save his life. He saved mine.
I would have never known that it was a possibility.
My two sisters, they know what I went through, and they know how my recovery was.
That's really what we're all about, trying to educate and trying to make people feel not so scared.
Now all of a sudden you're meeting people who've had the same issues or have had family members with the same issue.
I rock from the heart because it gives hope.
I rock from the heart because I love music.
I rock from the heart because I tell you what, I love life. Life is short. Rock from the heart makes you feel well. It makes you feel like you belong somewhere.
You're not alone.
It's that one thing that no matter what else is going on in the world, music brings us together.
Music can be healing.
There's a lot of research out there about how music actually does heal.
Rock from the Heart is a place where you can be in a room with hundreds of other survivors and know that you're not alone.
That's something that rocks my heart, I tell you right there.
And that's what I like about this group.
If I can take the fear out of your day, email me or give me a call or something. Pete Johnson, Heart Guy.
And that's what Rock from the Heart is.
Of aortic and heart valve disease. I'd also like to say hello and thank you to those who are watching online today. My name is Emily Schumacher and I am the reigning Miss Minnesota, and I'm honored to be your MC today. As someone pursuing a career in heart health, I'm inspired by the incredible work from the Rock from the Heart is doing to empower patients and families. I look forward to sharing this meaningful day with you all. So about Rock from the Heart. Rock from the Heart is a nonprofit organization dedicated to saving lives through education and awareness about aortic and heart valve disease. We're here to provide support, resources, and hope to individuals and families affected by these conditions. Aortic and heart valve diseases are often underdiagnosed or misunderstood. That's why today's session is so important. Our goal is to provide you with the information you need to take charge of your heart health or support a loved one facing these conditions. A few housekeeping things before we dive in here to make your experience comfortable and enjoyable. Restrooms are located outside the double doors. I saw the women's one to the left, not sure where the men's is. Sorry about that. We have snacks and beverages available in the back of the room over there. Help yourself at any time. And there will be one scheduled break during the session, but feel free to stretch your legs, step out if needed. We have provided note cards and pens for you to jot down questions during the session. Our team will walk around and pick those up for you before our Q&A session. Don't forget to stop by our merchandise table to pick up some Rock from the Heart merch. Make sure to enter our 50-50 raffle and door prize drawings. It's a fun way to support our cause and maybe even win something special. If you need assistance at any time, our amazing volunteers and team members are here to help you. Can our volunteers and staff stand? Also, let's give them a round of applause. Perfect. So if you need anything, these are the people you should ask. But before we turn over to our speakers, I want to give you a little bit of a background about myself and why I'm here emceeing today. So like I said, my name is Emily Schumacher. I'm the reigning Miss Minnesota. But for the past 10 years, I've been advocating for heart health and CPR and AED education because of a family tie. My grandmother suffered from a heart attack when I was 5 years old, and then I vividly remember it sitting on the stairs and my dad coming to me and saying, "Emily, your grandma suffered from a heart attack." Well, at the time, I didn't know what that meant, but I knew it was something serious, and it stuck with me up until I was 15 years old and got my start in the Miss America organization. So I have a community service initiative, and all local, state, and national title holders within the Miss America organization have one, and mine is called The Heart of the Matter, Combating Heart Disease Through Prevention, Protection, and Preparedness. So prevention is going to your doctor, knowing your numbers. Protection is living a heart-healthy lifestyle, eating healthy, moving, taking care of your mental health, and then also being prepared. We never know when a sudden cardiac arrest is going to happen, so knowing the warning signs and also knowing where AEDs are located and knowing the life-saving skills of CPR. Why did I do all this? Well, I'm actually applying to medical school this coming cycle, hoping to be my first year of fall of 2026. So this was an opportunity for me to make a difference within the medical field before even having MD behind my name. So it's an honor to be here today. Thank you again, Amy, for having me. And let's get started with our first speaker. It's my privilege to introduce our first speaker, Jenna Askvig. Rock from the Heart connected with Jenna and her family last year after the tragic loss of her 16-year-old son, Ethan, to an aortic dissection. Their courage is sharing Ethan's story brought a powerful and emotional perspective to our mission, and we are honored to keep his memory alive through our work today. Please welcome Jenna.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jenna Askvig, and I am here to talk about my son, Ethan. Ethan was the oldest of 6 kids. He has 2 younger brothers and 3 younger sisters. Ethan enjoyed sports, especially being the team manager of the Moorhead High School boys hockey team. He loved watching his brothers play hockey, he loved playing golf, and he loved watching basketball, especially UNC. Ethan's faith was important to him, and he was in the process of getting confirmed. Ethan was his brother's best friend, and his sisters looked up to him and loved him so much. Ethan was often found doing something special to each one of his siblings, whether it was playing knee hockey with the boys, blasting Taylor Swift in the car for the girls, or making pancakes and letting his little sister sit in his room with him and eat them. Ethan was also a great friend. He had close friends from his years at St. Joseph's School, and then made strong friendships during the short time he was at Moorhead High School. He thrived in high school, developing new connections with people while strengthening his prior ones. Ethan was a straight A and a true gift to anyone he met. He had such a bright future ahead of him, and he was enjoying and thriving in life. On March 19th, 2024, at the age of 16, Ethan passed away in his sleep from a spontaneous aortic dissection. Ethan had no prior history of heart problems. He never complained of any pain or heart-related symptoms such as a racing heart or feeling abnormal beats. There is no family history of any aortic or heart problems either. He was simply a healthy 16-year-old boy. Going through this loss really highlighted the importance of screening, monitoring, and educating others about aortic and heart valve diseases. And actually, due to Rock from the Heart Symposium last year, the pediatric cardiology team at Stanford was able to get in touch with our family. They were able to hear Ethan's story and get in touch with our family and offered to have the other kids screened as well. Thankfully, their screening has all been good and normal, but we now have them set up for yearly visits so we can keep a closer eye on them. We, thankfully, like I said, their exams have been normal, and knowing Ethan's surgery, Ethan's history, we do have that possibility that things can change quickly. Rock from the Heart has been an amazing support system for our family, as well as continuing to honor Ethan. We appreciate the work they do in education and support for individuals and families, just like ours, that have been affected by aortic or heart valve disease. That education piece is so important. It can save lives. Knowing risk factors and undergoing screening will reduce mortality, and Rock from the Heart works hard to get this information out to others. Additionally, the support part is equally as important. Whether it is a person coping with disease or a family that has a loved one with aortic or heart valve disease or has a loved one that has passed, Rock from the Heart reaches out, provides comfort, and connects people with needed resources. I can say from firsthand experience, Rock from the Heart truly cares and is positively impacting this community. To continue to honor Ethan, we have started a nonprofit organization called Ethan's Heart. We wanted to keep Ethan's memory alive and have him continue to help out his community. Ethan was known for his kindness and teamwork, especially as his time being the hockey team manager. Ethan's Heart encourages others to show kindness and teamwork, and we have been able to provide scholarships for schooling to individuals that exemplify these attributes. We will continue to encourage and reward those who show Ethan's kindness and teamwork. Ethan's Heart also continues to support teams that he was a part of. Ethan loved being with the Moorhead boys hockey team and the high school golf team. So through Ethan's Heart, he can still make an impact on these teams. Ethan started golf around 2020. He was introduced to it because he was unable to play contact sports due to a bleeding disorder. Golf became very important to him, and it allowed him to still be part of a team like what he would always see his brothers be a part of. With Ethan's Heart, we want to give other kids opportunities, especially those that cannot play other sports, to enjoy golf, whether it is through gifting golf clubs, scholarships for lessons, or introduction to golf classes. Lastly, we want to support organizations like Rock from the Heart that provide the care and education to those with aortic and heart valve disease. We have unfortunately become a family that has been affected by aortic disease, so we want to help others that are affected too. So if you're looking for a way to support Ethan's Heart, you can go to the website at ethansheart.org. We are also holding our annual golf tournament on August 8th here in Moorhead. And with this, there are ways to celebrate, support, and honor Ethan's heart, whether it is through sponsorships or just having a fun time playing golf. So I'd like to conclude by saying thank you for coming today. Thank you for your support, and try to live your life like Ethan, full of kindness and teamwork. And I want to thank Rock from the Heart for all that they do and giving me the opportunity to speak about Ethan today.
Thank you, Jenna, for sharing your son Ethan's story. Please help me to welcome Allison Lass, a licensed psychologist at Sanford Health. She joined the team in 2024, earning her PhD in clinical psychology from Mississippi State University and completing a fellowship in clinical health psychology at Mayo Clinic. Lass specializes in the treatment of chronic pain, depression, and other chronic symptoms. Dr. Lass works with patients in the pain clinic and behavioral health. Please welcome Dr. Allison Lass. Is it Lass? Lass.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the kind introduction. Well, I'm happy to talk with you all about mental health and chronic conditions. My goals for today are to review the important differences between acute conditions and chronic conditions, to provide an overview of some of the more common mental health challenges associated with living with a chronic condition, and then to introduce some coping skills and lifestyle changes to help manage mental health in the context of chronic conditions. Let's see if I can get on the right slide here. Okay. So, first I want to provide just a brief overview about the differences between acute and chronic conditions. And of course, many people know this, but it's really important to differentiate between the two because healthy coping often looks very different when someone's coping with a chronic condition compared to an acute one. So when I think of an acute condition, a few good examples would be something like the flu or a sprained ankle. Oftentimes, symptoms of an acute illness can present very suddenly. They can feel very miserable, but typically, folks kind of have some hope and knowledge that, after the condition resolves, you get back to life as usual. Some examples of chronic conditions would be something like heart disease, it would be something like diabetes, arthritis. These are conditions for which there isn't necessarily a cure, but these things can be managed, especially to help kind of eliminate some of the negative impacts that they can have over time. Now, the difference is that the onset of the symptoms and the course of symptoms may vary. However, when you're coping with a chronic condition, it's not always as easy or sometimes not even recommended to just get back to life as usual. Oftentimes, you have to kind of make some adjustments or changes. So, thinking about mental health challenges, first of all, many individuals with chronic conditions are very healthy from a mental health perspective. However, when concerns arise, typically we are going to see things like increased stress, symptoms of depression, and anxiety. So when we're thinking about stress, living with a chronic condition often requires change. And change of almost any kind, even positive changes like getting married, they're going to be stressful. And so we kind of have to be prepared for that. There's often a lot of learning involved in managing a chronic condition. You have to learn about your symptoms and what's safe, and this can be overwhelming. It's a lot of information at once. Oftentimes, living with a chronic condition involves adjustments to your routine. Maybe you've been asked to change your eating, so now you have to learn new recipes, you have to create a new grocery list, maybe you're even asked to eat at different times of the day. Maybe you have to record symptoms and vitals. All of these things require changes, and that can be stressful. And now maybe your favorite food is on a list of foods to avoid or try to eliminate from your diet. Or maybe you're asked to exercise every day and you're not so thrilled about it. So sometimes you also have emotional reactions to some of these changes. And then we have to think about how chronic conditions can impact relationships. So maybe your symptoms were a little bit more difficult to manage for a while and you missed a few days of work. And now everyone at work, every time they talk to you, is saying, "Oh, how are you doing?" And every conversation ends up kind of going back to your health. That can be really stressful, especially when you're just trying to have a good time and people are bringing up things that maybe you just wanted to get a little break from talking about. So all of these things can kind of accumulate over time, and it can be perceived as maybe more stress than what you might like. Next, we have symptoms of depression. So anytime a condition persists despite medical intervention, that condition can start to impact the way you think, how you feel, and your relationships with other people. Sometimes with a chronic condition, it can make it difficult to engage in activities that you've historically enjoyed. Maybe you really like going fishing, and every year you and your buddies make kind of a big deal over the fishing opener, and this year you weren't feeling well, your symptoms were high, and you weren't able to make it, right? That's gonna be not great, right? That's a bummer. Well, if that's the only event that you missed, maybe you bounce back pretty quickly. However, say that it's not the only event that you missed. Maybe you missed fishing opener, and then your family got together, but you weren't feeling well, and you were at home, and you're seeing all of these pictures of everyone getting together, and you're at home, and you aren't feeling well, right? That's hard. And when that happens over time, people can start to struggle with symptoms of depression. So I'm gonna use an analogy here, right? Imagine that you're riding in a car. When you steer the car, you're in charge, and you get to go where you wanna go, right? Well, sometimes when chronic conditions are new, or maybe they've been a little bit more difficult to manage, it can feel like your symptoms or your condition is steering the car, and you're just along for the ride. And when it feels like your condition is steering the car, typically people can start to experience some symptoms of depression because chronic conditions just kind of have a tendency to steer that car away from the things that you care about. So especially if the chronic condition has been hard to manage, it can be common to feel kind of a sense of helplessness or hopelessness. And over time, this can become kind of a bigger issue and people might struggle with symptoms of depression. And then we have anxiety. Anxiety can be really tricky, especially in the context of chronic conditions. So something that's tricky is how to manage the physiological sensations that are related to chronic conditions. It's important to realize that our bodies are designed to respond to symptoms as though they're acute. This keeps us safe. So if you notice chest pain, that's often going to be very alarming, right? Because it could be an emergency. It's helpful. It could be an emergency. If we didn't feel anxious, we probably wouldn't seek medical care. We wouldn't do anything about it. That anxiety tells you, stop, you need help, right? Well, the thing that's kind of rotten is that with chronic conditions, you might have physiological symptoms that can be very uncomfortable and alarming, but those symptoms aren't always immediately dangerous or harmful. So for example, say you were diagnosed with AFib, right? And certain activities make you feel like your heart is just pounding and you feel really weak. Now imagine you've had the full workup and your doctor assures you that as long as your resting heart rate falls within this certain range, daily activities are perfectly safe. And you've been assured that things are safe, but when you stand up, your heart feels like it's pounding, right? That feeling has evolved over time to be alarming. And so it makes sense that you might still have anxiety when that feeling comes up, even if you've been told it's safe. So additionally, when you're living with a chronic condition, you might have a lot of concerns about safety. What activities are safe? What activities do I need to be avoiding? People might also worry about long-term outcomes. What does the future hold for me? There might also be fears associated with other people. What are they going to think? How are they going to respond to me as I manage this chronic condition? So for example, maybe you experience shortness of breath when you're doing physical activities, and your friends invite you out to coffee, but they pick this place in the mall, and it's a really long walk from the parking lot, and you know that when you get there, you're going to be out of breath. You might worry, oh, what are my friends going to think when I show up and I'm out of breath? How are they going to respond? What are they going to say, right? Or maybe you get lightheaded when you have to stand for a long period of time, and you like to go to church on Sundays, but that communion line just seems endless. You might think, oh my gosh, what if I fall down? What if I have this embarrassing emergency and everyone's looking at me? These things can be really common when you struggle with chronic conditions and chronic symptoms. So again, it's very common to have anxiety related to medical conditions because the physiological symptoms themselves have evolved over time to feel alarming. It can be difficult to figure out how to respond to these symptoms and figure out what's safe. So now that we've talked about some of the things that can kind of come up, we want to think about how do we prevent some of these undesired symptoms or outcomes? And the good news is that there's a lot that you can do. So when we think about stress, first, it's important to manage the expectations that you have for yourself. Learning takes time. New habits take time to develop. This doesn't happen overnight, and you don't want to expect perfection. Right? We know that it's important to follow recommendations, but really no one is perfect. So maybe you're trying really hard to change your diet and you've been doing really well, and then it was your birthday and you went out to dinner and you had a steak, and you know you're not really supposed to eat red meat. Well, what's important here is when people try to achieve perfection and then you don't live up, because no one's perfect and no one does, right? There can be this all or none mentality that can kick in. You might think, oh, okay, I've already failed. This new diet isn't for me. I just can't do it. I'm not doing this anymore, right? Well, if you've done something that you can't change, it can be helpful to learn to say, oh, well, and move on. Try to get back to your goals after, right? If you're too hard on yourself and you expect perfection, you might give up on changes that are actually really important to you. So you want to be kind to yourself as you adjust. And what's important is that you keep trying. Next, we want to understand what stress does to the body. So when you experience stress, there's a very reliable response in the body. You take shorter breaths, your muscles get tense, you have more anxious thoughts, your heart rate increases, your blood vessels constrict, and your body also releases stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. If you've ever heard of the fight or flight response, this is it. Well, this can be really helpful to deal with momentary stressors. But if you're dealing with something that makes you chronically stressed, having your body regularly in this activated state can be really exhausting, and it can take a toll on your health. So we can actually counteract this response through formal relaxation practice. There's a different response called the relaxation response, or we might refer to this as kind of the rest and digest response. We can actually activate this in the body through deep relaxation. So when I say formal relaxation, I say this because people oftentimes think about activities like watching TV as being relaxing. And that may be true. However, if we want to activate that rest and digest response and get a deep state of relaxation, a more formal practice is often required for that. We need a bigger effort to get our body to relax when you have high levels of stress. So I'm going to provide just a brief overview of 3 relaxation exercises. For the sake of time, we won't necessarily practice them all together, but the very nice thing about technology these days is that all of these things are available on YouTube. Actually, I want to go back. There we go. So I have this up here. Feel free if you want to write it down or take a picture. Deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, and guided imagery. We'll briefly review those. You could type those into YouTube and someone will walk you right through it. It's very nice. So the first example is deep breathing. So I'm going to demonstrate this because it's really foundational to relaxation, and I'll invite you to join in if you'd like. So I'm going to put one hand on my chest and one hand on my stomach. So if I'm sitting or standing up straight and I take a deep breath, what happens is that the hand on my stomach moves, but the hand on my chest stays relatively still, right? And so if you want to try that, if you're taking a deep breath, the hand on your stomach is going to move a little bit more. It often feels very different than the way that we typically breathe. So I'd invite you to practice that for just a few seconds. Now, if you're not sitting up straight, what happens is you get more movement like this. So that's okay. If you have a hard time with this, it can be helpful to practice it like lying down in your bed. That just is a better position to get a deep breath. But if you do that, you want to just see, can I breathe just a little bit deeper than I was breathing before? Sometimes people get really hung up about trying to breathe slower, and that can be helpful. But if you're breathing deeper, you're probably breathing slower. So you just try and get some deep breaths. So if you're practicing that, take one more breath, and then we'll come back and refocus. But that's deep breathing. You can do it for as little as you like or as long as you like. There's not really a right or wrong way. You just want to take deeper breaths than you're already doing. That can help activate kind of that rest and digest response or that relaxation response and get you a deeper state of relaxation. Now the next is called progressive muscle relaxation. We won't necessarily practice this, but I'll review it. So in this exercise, you can basically go from head to toe, and you start by tensing your muscles and then relaxing them. So for example, if I'm starting, I might raise up my eyebrows really high and then relax them. Then I might force a big smile and then relax. Then I might bring my shoulders up toward my ears and then relax. And so if you're really doing this and trying to relax, you probably go slower than that, right? But by the time that you're done, you've gone through and you've relaxed all the muscles in your body. So that one's personally my favorite one. I recommend it. It can be very helpful for getting that deeper state of relaxation. So lastly, there's guided imagery. This is basically exactly as it sounds. You just imagine yourself in a relaxing place. So if I'm imagining that I'm by the ocean, I'm probably going to close my eyes and imagine the feeling of my toes in the sand and maybe that nice feeling of the sun on my skin, right? You try to imagine it with as much detail. I'll probably see, can I hear the sound of the waves or maybe some birds chirping? Try and smell the air by the ocean, right? You want to immerse yourself in it as much as possible. And the nice thing about this one is it can be anything, right? It could be a place that you've been, a place that is made up that you don't know of. It could be, your grandma's house if you had nice memories there. You just try and imagine yourself in a relaxing place. And you do that with as much detail as you can. So for my patients that struggle with chronic conditions, I typically recommend a daily relaxation practice. So the research suggests that 30 minutes per day would get you the maximum benefit, and that can be split up into different chunks throughout the day, so 5 minutes there, 10 minutes there, whatever. For many people, 30 minutes is kind of a stretch. It can be difficult. I always tell people any amount that you do is better than none at all. So while you might get the maximum benefit at about 30 minutes a day, if you do a couple minutes here, a couple minutes there, you forget and then you do it again later, that's fine. You just do what you can. But any amount is going to be better than none, and it can be really helpful to get that deep state of relaxation to help counteract some of the activation that you get just from the added stress. So let's talk about some ways to manage depression and anxiety. So the first thing that's going to be very important is that you need to know if there are activities that aren't safe for you or things that you need to be doing to ensure that activities are safe. So for instance, if you need to be monitoring your resting heart rate or checking your blood pressure, anything that you need to do, we need to know what that is. So it's important to ask your doctor about this and ask very directly if you have restrictions on your activities, because that's just going to be really important to know. But once you know it's safe, it's really important to try and get back to living your life as much as you can. I hate the word normal because, what's normal? What's normal for one person is different than another, but everyone kind of has a sense for what feels normal to them. And so it's important that you get back to living life as normal for you, as much as possible. So if you enjoy golfing and that's safe for you, you need to get back to golfing as much as possible, right? If you empty the dishwasher in the morning, you need to get back to emptying the dishwasher. These activities bring positive emotions, right? So something like golfing or socializing, that can bring kind of feelings of joy. Things that, maybe are less fun, like chores, they bring a sense of accomplishment, right? These are positive emotions, and without positive emotions, people often start to feel depressed. So it's really important to get those activities back in your life as much as possible. So when managing a chronic condition, we often think about the terms moderation and modification. So to moderate activities, you might want to see how long you can do a certain activity without symptoms getting worse. And then you do it for that long, or maybe just a little bit less. And then you take a break, and then you get back to it. And then you take another break if you need to, and you can do things for shorter periods of time with breaks in it. So for example, if you typically do the dishes in the evening, but standing up to do the dishes kind of makes you dizzy in the long run, but you know that you can stand for 5 minutes without having a lot of symptoms, and I might say, okay, go ahead and do the dishes for 4 or 5 minutes at a time, and then you take a little break. And when I say a break, you don't have to just twiddle your thumbs and wait, because that would be really annoying. You can do something that you like during that time. It's a break, right? So you take your break, and then you might go back to that activity. So you see how long you can tolerate an activity without your symptoms getting worse, and then you do smaller chunks with breaks. That's a way to get back to activities that maybe have caused some discomfort or symptoms in the past if they're safe. You just do smaller chunks with breaks. The important thing is that you don't say, I can't do the dishes anymore, or I can't, go for a walk anymore, if those are things that bring you positive emotions, just because you can't do it all at once. We want to moderate those activities so that you feel like you can do them. We might also modify activities. So if we go back to that example of golfing, say that you like to go golfing every Saturday. You do that with your friends. If you can do that activity safely, go ahead and do it. However, say maybe you have some temporary restrictions, you're not supposed to walk long distances, you maybe go and you ride in the golf cart. Or say that you can't swing, you might go along for the social part of it and keep score or whatever you need to do. We want you doing whatever you can to get back to that activity of golfing, because that's going to help you feel those positive emotions and feel like yourself again. So as we talk about this important feeling of normalcy, sometimes there are people that disrupt that for us. And oftentimes, the nicest, most well-meaning people do this the most. So for example, say that you've been adjusting to a chronic condition, and there have been some ups and downs. And maybe in the past you had a lot of symptoms while you were doing physical activities. But your doctors cleared you to do them, those are safe now, and you're going out to mow the lawn and you tell that to your spouse, and then their eyes get about this big. Oh, honey, you come back in, I will mow the lawn, you should sit down and rest, right? Now this reaction would be totally appropriate and helpful if you're experiencing an acute issue like the flu, or you've been told that it's not safe right now. Then that's great, that's fantastic, good to have the help. If the activity is safe, then this reaction is no longer helpful. This reaction prevents you from getting back to activities that might make you feel more like your usual self. And it can cause anxiety, right? Oh gosh, if they don't think that's safe for me, then maybe it's not. Ultimately, over time, things like this can decrease the confidence that you have in yourself. So in these situations, it can be really helpful to sit down and have a direct conversation to address the issue. So in Minnesota and North Dakota, assertive communication is a rarity. It doesn't happen very often, but it's very important. So I usually recommend saying something like, hey, I've noticed that you are offering to mow the lawn and you're dishing up my meals at dinner, and I'm so appreciative that you want to help. But I've been talking to my doctor and they said it's totally safe for me to do that. I want to start doing these things for myself again, right? That's a very direct way of saying, oh, it's important for me to do it. You don't even have to be that nice about it, but it's important that you say it and that you feel like you can get back to doing those things that make you feel like yourself. So lastly, I want you to notice your thoughts. As humans, we try to go about the day as efficiently as possible. Well, we have thoughts about lots of things. We often don't stop to evaluate those thoughts because that takes time and energy. But as it turns out, sometimes our thoughts aren't completely true. And the reason why this is important is that our thoughts also impact our feelings and behaviors. So if you remember that AFib example from earlier, imagine that when you stand up, it feels like your heart is pounding, right? So if you stand up and you're about to do something and your heart is pounding, that automatic thought might be, oh no, I need to sit down, right? And so if we're thinking about this model here, the thought is, oh no, I need to sit down. And perhaps that feeling is that of anxiety, and the behavior that follows might be continued rest. I'm going to keep sitting. Well, in the case of that example earlier, that person had been told that as long as their heart rate was in a certain range, and it was in that range, that would be safe. So in this case, that first automatic thought of, oh no, I need to sit down, that might not be completely true, but it's leading to anxiety and prolonged rest, right? Maybe that thought is keeping someone from doing things that they really enjoy, or maybe their doctor said that their AFib would be better managed if they get regular exercise, right? So here we have the thought that is preventing that exercise from happening, maybe even making the symptoms worse, and then we're really in a pickle, right? So if we can identify the thought, then we can ask, oh, is this thought completely true? Then we have the opportunity to try and modify that thought. So in this example, the person could notice that thought and tell themselves, okay, well actually, my heart rate is in that healthy window, and my doctor told me that I should probably engage in physical activity, right? So that, challenging that thought, might help reduce the anxiety. And even if that anxiety is still there, it might reduce it just enough that then that person feels like, oh, you know what, maybe I still can do this activity that I want to do, right? It doesn't mean that the anxiety has to go away, but if it can help you to do that activity that would otherwise be making you feel good or help you improve your symptoms in the long run, that's going to be really helpful, right? So one more example of this, because it's pretty important. Maybe you were just released from the hospital. Maybe there are some temporary restrictions placed on your activities, and you're out at the lake, and you're sitting outside, and your family's about to jump in the boat to go water skiing, and you love skiing. You might have the thought, oh, this stinks. I'm never going to water ski again, right? You're upset, and maybe you're feeling depressed, and you decide that you're going to go inside and watch TV so that you don't have to watch the rest of your family have a good time, right? Well, if you notice that thought and evaluate it, is it completely true? Well, yeah, it does kind of stink that you can't do it right now, right? I'm not going to sugarcoat that, right? But is there any reason to believe that you'll never be able to do that again? Well, you might say to yourself, okay, well, my doctor said that once I do cardiac rehab, I'll probably be able to get back to this, right? It's hard now, but it won't last forever. It doesn't change the situation, but maybe it helps manage that emotion a little bit better. And maybe you're even able to get in the boat. Maybe you're a spotter, maybe you drive the boat, you engage with that activity differently, but you're also there and you're engaging with your family and you're having a good time. So that's really important. We want to notice our thoughts, and if it's not completely accurate. If it's impacting your emotions, you want to catch it, check it, change it, right? Catch it, check it, change it. And lastly, don't be afraid to ask for help. This is really important. If you're having a hard time adjusting, you're experiencing distress, you feel less satisfied with life, or you aren't super happy with how things are going, reach out for help. It doesn't have to be an emergency for you to ask for help. It's probably better to ask for help before it gets to that point. I always tell people it's good to let your doctor know, right? It could be your primary care provider or whoever you see. They're probably going to want to know if you're having a hard time. So let them know. Sometimes they could start you on a medication if that's an option, or they might say, oh, it would be good for you to maybe work with this person. They will usually be a good source of knowledge for what the next step would be. There are also, community mental health options as well that you can always kind of look up on your own. And of course, in the case of an emergency, there's a suicide and crisis lifeline, that's 988. That's staffed 24 hours a day in English and Spanish. You can always call there. You can always call. And you can always go to your local emergency department at any point if you are concerned for your safety or you just aren't sure what to do. But these are good resources to know of. So never be afraid to ask for help. You don't have to do it on your own. And it's perfectly appropriate, right, that it can be hard for you if you're experiencing it, or even if you are a loved one or you are, a caregiver for someone that's having a chronic condition. That can be hard as well, right? Even if it's not you that's going through that, ask for help if you think you need it. People are usually glad that you asked. So I believe we might have, let's look at the time, maybe a minute for questions if there are any. Does anyone have any questions about this information? Yeah.
Hello? Oh, it works, great. Yeah. So you had talked about like the breathing technique for relaxation, and you said that was your favorite technique to use. Can you give like a real life example of a success story with that, how it turned someone's anxiety around or really benefited them?
Yeah, I mean, gosh, it would be hard for me to pick. So I do this regularly with my patients. More typically, I work with folks who have chronic pain. So, almost always at some point, if someone is experiencing pain, getting into a state of deep relaxation, will help to kind of just slightly turn down the volume on that pain signal is kind of what it does. But I know even myself personally, right, because it's important to use all of this stuff, I know probably about 1 or 2 times a year I get a migraine, right, and those are not fun. If I'm getting one, if I do progressive muscle relaxation, usually I can function a little bit. If I don't do that, then I want to just lay in bed the whole night. But if I get into my room, do progressive muscle relaxation, usually by the time that it's done, I can still, have a video call with my friends. I don't have to cancel that. I might have canceled that otherwise. I wouldn't have felt up to doing it. So I know that's, that's my favorite. I do that if I get a headache. But I know certainly all of my patients with chronic pain, I ask them to do that regularly. It provides benefits, in the moment when you use it, but over time, there are kind of longer term benefits because you're managing your stress better. Yeah. Any other questions? I think I may have time for one more if there's one. Okay. Oh, yeah.
I'd like to. I'd like to comment on that last question because I deal a lot with AFib. I got very aggressive heart disease. For a good example, last week I was driving and it just hit me. It just came on really fast. My heart was pounding, and I thought, okay, calm down, because I get a lot of the mini PVCs and I go into AFib quite a lot lately. And what helps me if I'm at home, well, I did go to the clinic and I was at 150. So then it's like, okay, you need to go up to the ER. We'll call and let you know we're going up there. Sure enough, like it always happens at home, I get out there, I go back and sink. But if I'm really having a hard time with panic attacks, anxiety, I've done the deep breathing, and that does really help. Or I'll grab a word search or a book or something just to keep my mind off of what I'm experiencing and feeling. So that's just a helpful few little tips that help me.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. It's always nice to hear from someone, and that's one thing that I like about progressive muscle relaxation is that it does keep your mind occupied a little bit more than if you're just focusing on your breathing. That distraction can be really helpful when you're experiencing symptoms or things that are otherwise distressing. So thanks for sharing that. And thank you all so much for your attention. It's been such a privilege to talk to you all today. Thank you.
Thank you again, Allison. Please welcome Dr. Steve English, an emergency medicine physician based in Jamestown, North Dakota, where he provides high acuity care in a rural setting. He also serves as medical director of Ashley Medical Center and holds the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in the North Dakota Army National Guard, where he's the state flight surgeon overseeing aviation medical readiness. Please welcome Dr. English.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. All right, good. All right, well, I have to say it's a true honor to be able to come here and tell you what we do at Jamestown Regional Medical Center and in support of such an important cause, a scary cause, and to be able to share some of our stories. And Ms. Aspig, are you out there, Ms. Aspig? I thank you for sharing your story today. That it's touching, and we don't always think of it in young men, young ladies, young people, and it's unfortunately happens in those people also. So thank you so much for coming out and sharing that story. Basically, we'll get started here, and Pete and Amy, thanks again. Today, I'm here on behalf of the emergency department at Jamestown Regional Medical Center. All right, we are a cardiac-ready hospital, and I'm going to start a little bit about kind of our cardiac readiness, and then I will talk about aortic dissection, aneurysms, and things like that, and try to kind of feed into what we're really here for today. But as a cardiac-ready hospital in Jamestown, we don't necessarily see a lot of aortic dissections or valvular disease. All right, but when we do, I really believe we play a critical role, a crucial role in recognizing and managing those symptoms and that disease and get them to where they need to be. Now, at JRMC, we really manage a broad rural population. Our mission is very simple, all right? We deliver fast, reliable, and life-saving care, just like every emergency department in the country. But it's tougher in the rural setting. It's tougher to recruit docs or PAs or nurses, all right? It's tougher to have all the required equipment, all right? But that is our mission. When someone comes in with chest pain or shortness of breath, we act immediately. We know that cardiac care can mean survival, or fast cardiac care means survival. Now, we're proud to be recognized by the North Dakota Department of Health as Cardiac Ready Hospital, all right? Our designation isn't just symbolic, it's earned. We have protocols to rapidly get EKGs and interpret those EKGs, rapidly treat cardiac patients, We're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All right. We've also built close relationships with EMS companies around the region. I am, in fact, a medical director for a lot of our EMS agencies right around the Jamestown area. And that really brings us together in pre-hospital care to make sure that we are capable and ready when that patient comes to the emergency department in need of cardiac care. Now, basically being cardiac ready, this is kind of a new idea in North Dakota, all right? But being a cardiac ready hospital is for rural hospitals, and it means that we're trained to handle heart-related emergencies immediately, all right? We take and we get and interpret EKGs immediately. We activate transfers to outside hospitals like Fargo or Bismarck, sometimes even before the patient reaches the hospital, as they're sending in EKGs and real-time patient information to our emergency department, all right? We also start an initiative to basically push real-time heart rhythms and vital signs and everything directly, electronically, right to the computer in our emergency department, so we're ready for that patient when they come to the emergency department. Now, here's a few other initiatives that we've taken. Our staff, not just the ER docs, but the nurses. We train our nurses in interpretation of EKGs and STEMIs, all right? When the ER doc is in another room, all right, that nurse is able to look at the EKG, determine if it's a STEMI, all right, and know that, hey, we need to act fast. They come and get us out of that other room, all right, so that we're able to activate cath lab in Fargo or Bismarck, all right. We use telephone consultations with cardiologists. I know we're going to see a few cardiologists here in the next few hours. Is Dr. Wynn out there? No, Dr. Wynn's not out there yet? Okay, he was the dean of the medical school when I was in medical school. I think he still is, but anyways, and then we track door to balloon time and first medical contact to transfer times to improve outcomes, all right? So we're tracking how long it takes from them to get from our door to the cath lab in Fargo and Bismarck, which improves outcomes drastically, all right? Now, again, I was saying, operating in a rural setting really presents a lot of challenges, all right, in recruiting, et cetera, all right? We don't have cardiologists on site. We're talking with cardiologists 90 minutes away just to get transfer set up and manage care, all right? The closest cath lab, again, 90 minutes away, all right? And that basically, that's not a 90-minute transfer time. It's probably more of a 2-hour transfer time, okay? Air transport isn't always available, all right? In North Dakota, winter happens, fog happens. Oftentimes, we're stuck transporting patients to Fargo or Bismarck by ground, all right, which definitely increases the amount of time, all right? But we meet these challenges head on, all right? We rely on protocol-driven care, all right? So when bad things happen, we take note of it and we make protocols for it, all right? We can't think of everything, but as things come up, we learn from our mistakes and we make protocols for it, all right? We coordinate with EMS to activate transfer early, all right? Again, being a medical director of many of the EMS agencies around Jamestown really gives us the inside scoop on working with them to make sure things work well and transition smoothly, all right? And we built partnerships with a lot of the air med transports around the region, including Sanford here in Fargo and Bismarck, and then Aberdeen. Now, you might ask, kind of, what does this have to do with rock from the heart, okay? Rock from the heart, we're talking about aortic dissection, aneurysm, and valvular disease. And the truth is, I'm thankful that we don't see a lot of this in Jamestown. And I'm thankful we probably don't see a lot of it around the country. I've trained in a level 1 in Omaha, Nebraska, where we were seeing 60 to 80,000 patients a year. We didn't see a lot of aortic dissections or valvular disease, thank goodness. We didn't see a lot of aneurysms, thank goodness, all right? But when it does happen, we're the first line of defense, all right? We are the first people to detect it and manage it, all right? We have to catch the red flags, all right? We have to stabilize the patient once we diagnose it. We start and maintain medications or drips to maintain blood pressure and pain, all right, to manage it, to prevent it from getting worse before they get their surgery that they so much need. We mobilize the resources, get them to the tertiary center, all right, whether it be by ground ambulance or air ambulance, all right. Our work is about readiness, about knowing when to pull the trigger on testing, all right. Our goal is for the common and the rare, for the expected and the unexpected. And I will tell you, most of the time, when we catch aortic dissection, it's unexpected. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about the first time I was even made aware of aortic dissection. I wasn't a physician yet. I was a flight medic in the North Dakota National Guard. And we were just on our regular drill day. And we were just sitting in our office, just probably messing around, not really accomplishing much. And a young gentleman, probably in his early 40s, walked in, just kind of clutching his chest. And basically just felt like something wasn't right. He was just driving from one building to the other and just felt like a warm wave go through his chest. Luckily, there was a doc in the office there, and he kind of caught what was going on. He kind of understand that, hey, this could be dissection. And at this point, I didn't even know what aortic dissection was, okay? But they called the ambulance. The ambulance got him to the hospital, and he lived. He had surgery, had a graft placed, and he's still living a productive life today. Someone that young that had an aortic dissection. It's not something that we always think about. So just a little bit, to talk a little bit about dissection and what it is. I'm guessing pretty much everyone knows what dissection is that right? Or no? Okay. So I'm glad we're going to talk about it then, all right? So aortic dissection is a condition, it's less common than heart attacks or blood clots in the lungs or arrhythmias, the typical causes of chest pain, all right? But even though it's less common, it is devastating if we miss it. And unfortunately, we lean towards missing this, okay? Not that we try to, we think about it all the time, but unfortunately, a lot of these get missed. And that is why I'm so glad that you guys have something like this here today to make us aware of things like this, all right? But what happens is there's a tear in the inner part of the aorta, all right, in the inner layer. And what happens is that blood goes into that tear and kind of pushes the inner part of the aorta, the layer of the aorta, away from the wall, okay? And then what happens is it kind of misses all the other blood vessels as it's going down the body, and it basically takes blood away from the other organs in your body, all right? Very, very deadly if missed. There's a couple different types of aortic dissection. If you look over here, you got a type A and you got a type B, all right? And there's different classifications of dissection, but let's see here. So this is the ascending aorta right here, all right? This is the descending aorta, all right? I'll look over here. Ascending aorta, descending aorta. The ascending aorta, if there's a dissection there, that is almost always surgical, almost 100% of the time. If there's a dissection down this part of the aorta, sometimes that can be handled medically, okay? But typically, it seems like most of the dissections happen in this part, where it's a medical or a surgical emergency. Now, one of the greatest challenges with dissection is it doesn't always play by the rules, okay? We're taught in training, as emergency docs, we're taught in training of that tearing, ripping chest pain that goes from the chest into the back, all right? It's worst pain ever, and it happens quickly, all right? That's what we're taught. And that's easy to pick up when that comes to the ER, all right? But the reality is 30% of patients that come in with dissection present atypically. All right, we've seen patients come in with just some minor chest pressure, some abdominal pain, maybe some stroke-like symptoms, have completely normal vital signs. No tachycardia, no hypertension, no hypotension, completely normal, just some chest pressure. All right? The mimicry is what makes this dangerous. All right? Sometimes the subtle signs is what makes this dangerous. It can look like that heart attack. It can look like the stroke. It can look like a panic attack. And in a busy emergency department, especially in a rural emergency department, it can make this really, really difficult. And we have to make those decisions quickly, to get that CT scan quickly in order to diagnose this and start managing. I think we might be playing with. All right. So again, as I said, we're talking about a rural hospital where we don't see a lot of dissections, but we take every potential case seriously because we understand how unforgiving it can be. Now, the first step is always clinical suspicion, all right? Now, if the patient doesn't look quite right, the pain doesn't fit that usual pattern, or if there's even a whisper of a possibility of dissection, we're acting on it, all right? Doesn't mean we're sounding all the sirens, but we're going to be testing for it. We're going to be doing the CT scan, all right? A CT angiography is going to be our gold standard in testing, and we have that at Jamestown Regional Medical Center. And most rural hospitals actually have that test and are able to perform that test. Now, also, let's say something's not quite right either. We could also use ultrasound. Now, that's not a definitive tool, but we can look for small signs and small signs on ultrasound, like something called a pericardial effusion or aortic root dilation, or we can sometimes see a dissecting flap on ultrasound. And we've used that quite often just to kind of get a feel of, hey, is this something that we need to kind of follow, all right? Now, but again, if suspicion remains, we don't hesitate. We move forward with that CT angiography, all right? And once dissection is diagnosed, then we move into the management aspect. Now, once it is diagnosed, timing is everything. We move forward with the transfer process right away. We move forward with talking with the cardiothoracic surgeon and ensuring that flight is coming on the way right away, all right? And if flight's not able to come, we're transferring by ground ambulance, as we talked about. We're typically transferring them here to Fargo or over west to Bismarck, all right? And typically, transfers are pretty quick to come by when something like this is happening. Now, our ability to catch aortic dissections, especially even the subtle ones, depends on how well we train before it even happens, okay? At JRMC, we have ongoing staff education, all right? We particularly focus with EMS personnel so that they are aware of the possibility of aortic dissections also, all right? We teach our nurses, our techs, our providers, and even CNAs that these don't always present with that chest tearing to the back pain, or to the back, all right? It can have these atypical presentations. So we ensure that no matter what, in all of our chest pain pathways, we're considering aortic dissection. Now, due to HIPAA regulations, I want to tell you a little bit about a story, but due to HIPAA regulations, I have to make it a little bit vague. But just a few years back, probably 7 or 8 years back when I was kind of first starting out, had a gentleman come into the emergency department, and he had just some minor chest discomfort, just kind of in the middle part of the chest. And it was going on since the night before. And we started doing a chest pain workup. Of course, we're always thinking about aortic dissection, but we can't pull the trigger on every chest pain to look for aortic dissection, even though we would like to. But we drew the blood work, we got an EKG. The EKG was completely normal. The troponins, a protein in the heart that increases in your bloodstream if you have a heart attack. Those troponins were normal. His blood work was normal. His vital signs were overall pretty normal. A little high blood pressure maybe, but not too bad. And we kept kind of going down the road, and at one point he comes to me and he says, it feels like something's not right. It feels like I'm going to die. And I'm not going to say I'm going to say it was divine intervention maybe. I don't know. Because nothing about that presentation told me that it was aortic dissection, but something just told me to obtain that CTA of the chest. And he had a dissection, and he lived. And he's doing great again today. So the good news is these dissections, even if they happen in a rural area where there's not a cardiothoracic surgeon available, the good news is it's survivable, and people live great lives after experiencing it. Now, I want to talk a little bit about aortic aneurysms. And Pete, I know you had an aneurysm, is that right?
I used to.
You used to? Yeah, that's right, okay. So anyways, I'm sorry, I don't mean to call you out. No. Okay. So, but I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about aneurysms. And what's tough about aneurysms is once they become symptomatic, the outlook becomes pretty grim with these. An aortic aneurysm is essentially a ballooning or dilation, basically the aorta getting bigger, okay? It's not that little dissection, I shouldn't say little, but it's not the dissection we were talking about. It's basically ballooning up. And our aortas can get bigger, and we can live with that for many years, all right? But if they get too big, too fast, they can rupture. And once they rupture, oftentimes it's too late. So over time, that weakened wall stretches, and under pressure, basically it pops. And what's really tough about it is when it's getting bigger, during that time it's getting bigger, it's most of the time just completely asymptomatic. All right, most people don't know they have it. Most people realize they get it because they had a CAT scan or an ultrasound of something, and they just happened to see it. So basically got lucky, all right? Now, the most common risk factors of these types of this type of disease is being over the age of 65, being male, high blood pressure, smoking history, and family history, all right? Now, granted, we can't just say that that's the only demographic we can look at for this type of disease, but that's the most common. And that is also exactly the population we take care of here in North Dakota, especially rural North Dakota. So, anybody know North Dakota farmer? All right, yeah, exactly. You know, so these are the people, right? Never going to the doctor, smoking, whatever, right? And going out and just getting their work done. That's their biggest goal. So, now when that aneurysm does present with symptoms, again, it's at a critical point, all right? Patients oftentimes will come in with back pain or flank pain, all right? Again, some mimicry there going on. You know, sometimes it can present like a kidney stone, all right? I got pain right here. I think I have a kidney stone, doc. And you do a CAT scan and there's a big aneurysm, all right? And tell you what, when I see that, it feels like I'm going to have an aneurysm burst too. So, now, a ruptured aneurysm, again, is a true emergency. There's very little time when this actually happens. And unfortunately, up to 75% of patients who suffer from a rupture outside a hospital don't survive, all right? Oftentimes, many of them don't even make it to the emergency room or to the operating room, all right? Now, that is why we have to be vigilant in testing and monitoring people, okay? Because once it becomes symptomatic, it's too late. So we got to catch this before it becomes symptomatic. In fact, it seemed like I have a lot of personal stories here. Before I practiced at Jamestown, I practiced at St. Alexius Medical Center in Bismarck. And one of my mentors, Dr. Kevin Mickelson, after I left and after we all left, he ended up passing away from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. And he was right in that age frame, 66 years of age. And he actually knew he had an aneurysm, and they were monitoring it, and it must have it must have ruptured, you know. So very unfortunate, a lot of personal stories, and just shows that it's not as uncommon as we think it could be. So now, again, same with dissection. Anytime we suspect an aortic aneurysm, we're moving fast, all right? And again, time is definitely not on our side, okay? Now, what's nice about abdominal aortic aneurysms is we can do a quick, well, I shouldn't say there's nothing really nice about abdominal aortic aneurysms, but what's nice about testing is we can do a quick ultrasound of the abdomen, and that gives us basically the definitive diagnosis. It's quick and fast, and I can get on the horn with cardiothoracic surgery and the helicopter very quickly, and hopefully get them transferred out where they can reach definitive care. Now, if an aneurysm is found or strongly suspected, we're contacting the vascular surgeons or cardiothoracic surgeons right away, all right? Again, every second counts on this, all right? When we manage it or when we diagnose it, we're managing it right away with probably massive transfusions, all right? Or, you know, if it happens to be hypertensive, we might be trying to control that blood pressure a little bit so that we don't, or we bring down that shear stress and don't cause an increase in rupture. Now, again, our priority is always going to be rapid transport, all right? We're going to be activating EMS, Sanford helicopter or Aberdeen med flight, all right? And we're going to continue that resuscitation. What is great about our small emergency department is our nurses know exactly what to do. They know where everything is, all right? They don't have to be told what to do. They are already grabbing blood, they are grabbing meds, and the patient's being treated pretty much instantaneously. Now, again, that's what we do at the emergency department, but that's not the real goal here. The real goal here is to make sure that we're aware of this and we prevent it from ever getting to that point, all right? We don't want you to be in my emergency department with a ruptured AAA, all right? We want you to be proactive and getting checked, getting that ultrasound. An ultrasound at age 65 is pretty easy, all right? Non-invasive, all right? And it's and almost 100% sensitive of finding a AAA, all right? So I ask you, you know, if you know someone in that age bracket, to please make sure you let them know that that is something that needs to be done. And I was just telling Pete today, I can't imagine the amount of lives he's saved, or Pete and Amy, amount of lives you guys have saved by making people aware of this. You know, even though it's not dramatic, or it doesn't feel like it's dramatic, you know, like in the movies or anything, in my mind it's dramatic. So thank you so much for what you do and making people aware. Now, thank you again, because at JRMC, we're not just going to stop here now, all right? Now that I've talked with you and learned about your organization, we're going to move forward with training our staff more on valvular emergencies. I know I didn't touch much about valvular emergencies, all right? Severe aortic stenosis or regurgitation, things that we should probably be a little bit better at, all right? We're going to partner with our EMS, all right, to maximize field detection of these complex cases. We're going to increase more community awareness, all right? Again, as we were saying, prevention is key here. And with organizations like Rock from the Start, hopefully with you guys keeping on leading the charge, we'll be inspired to do even more after that. So thank you so much for everything. I'm very proud to be here and honored to be here. Thank you. Any questions at all?
A comment more?
Yes.
One thing that we found in our family was hereditary, your genes played a part in his dissection. Hereditary disposition to having aortic, what is it?
I had an aortic dissection, but 3 of my uncles and my grandmother and a couple aunts all died of aneurysms. So they looked at my genetics, and it was not Marfan syndrome, but it was something very similar. So what do we do from there about our kids and grandkids and other relatives?
Well, you know, I'm going to say right now you already did the first step. All right, you're aware of it now. Okay. Now the big thing is my recommendation is to talk with, you know, they do have geneticists, genetic specialists. I would recommend touching base with them and seeing what the recommendations of who should be, you know, who should be monitored throughout their life. Because now that that's been identified, they're going to want to monitor closely. It's not going to be the 65 male that they're monitoring, right? It's probably going to be in their 20s, you know, or even earlier, you know. So my recommendation would be, first of all, talking with your family practice providers, all right? And then they could definitely make that referral to a geneticist or a genetic doctor, and then they can make those recommendations. They can do, you know, gene sequencing testing and determine, you know, how much of a risk each person is.
And just to comment on a weird presentation, I just got cold, suddenly just freezing. And I just felt like a little rubber band around my chest. We debated about going in. I didn't want to. She took me in. They thought I was having a heart attack. Check that. We were in a very small town hospital, 4,000 people. And there's no ER department. They called the doctor in.
Oh, right.
Checked on things, gave me medication overnight. When the CT person came in the next morning, they did a CT. Well, before they talked to me, they had a helicopter coming. So I went probably 18 hours without knowing, and before I ended up very fortunate, but it was a weird, even my doctor talked to me after the surgery, said it was a very odd presentation. So there's lots of different things.
100%, 100%.
I think so. I just want to remind everyone that we do have a question and answer session at the end. So if you have questions, if you could write them down, and then we will get providers to answer those questions here afterwards. So whenever you are ready. Thank you.
I just want to say I'm just a little bit. I just want to say I am from Jamestown. I got the Women Heart Jamestown booth back there. I'm here for the cardiac vascular disease part of. And I just want to say what Steve said, rural is very challenging, but we are so blessed in Jamestown to have Dr. Steve and Dr. Deal.
Dr. Deal?
Dr. Deal. Those two are amazing ER doctors. And like I said, Jamestown is blessed. Like he said, I've gone in there, and I'm in there many times. I haven't seen you too much, but I always get the other ones. But I just wanted to say, it is challenging, but they've done great with me.
Well, thank you for making me blush. So.
Thank you, Dr. English. So just quick, my name is John Toivonen. I volunteer with Rock from the Heart. I happen to be a survivor as well. I am actually a survivor of aortic dissection. And Amy asked me to come up here, and at Rock from the Heart, we love to honor our survivors. So if there is anybody in this room that is a survivor of dissection, aneurysm, valvular disease, anything like that, if you could, please stand up and have the rest of the room recognize you guys. Thank you. Round of applause. It's a big part of the mission is our survivors, so thank you, Emily.
Well, thank you again, Dr. English, and thank you for serving our rural communities. Next, I'd like to please welcome Dr. Susan Farkas, a cardiology specialist with over 35 years of experience, currently practicing in Fargo, North Dakota. Originally from Hungary, she graduated from Semmelweis Medical University and now serves as the medical director of the Sanford Echo Laboratory, where she specializes in echocardiology and cardiac imaging to diagnose and treat structural heart diseases. Please welcome Dr. Farkas.
Okay, good afternoon. I will speak today about a different subject than the aortic valve disease, but just as much it's very dear to our heart, pun intended. But before I start, I got inspired by Dr. English's comments here and presentation and talking about rural healthcare. You know, we do serve a lot of rural patients, even we work in Fargo. So I never forget one story what stuck with me for I don't even know how many years, and this will be a very quick one. I was on call, and I was called into the emergency room and also later on to the operating room. A 32-year-old male was roughhousing with his brother on the back of the pickup truck, far away in the rural community. He fell down, hit his chest, and everybody thought this is a trauma, rushed into the hospital. The first thing what they found is the aortic dissection. So he ended up coming to us. We do the CT scan, and we know that we have to go to the operating room with him very quickly. And while we are doing that, the CT scan, we just look at it, and we also found he also had a clot on the right side of the heart. So we went to the operating room, we took care of him. Luckily, he survived. He did very well. A couple of years later, I was on call again, and I was called for an aortic dissection. And turned out to be, this was this gentleman's brother, the one who he was roughhousing with in the back of the pickup truck. This time, he went in with a chest pain to the same emergency room, but as they didn't find anything, they wanted to send him home. Except his mother was in the emergency room and did not let him to leave. She requested actually a CT scan, and sure thing, he also had an aortic dissection, this time without any trauma. We never thought that the first gentleman had any genetic abnormality at that time. And retrospectively, obviously, both of them had. But it's just that story what stuck with me for years in practice, but both of them luckily did quite well. So rural communities still can, diagnose, send the patient to the appropriate, treatment, and they both did quite well. It's just one of those interesting. So we are going to talk about, because this is an educational forum, and I'm not going to talk much about aortic valve disease this time, but we are going to talk about women and heart disease because I find it also very important. So why exactly we are talking about women and heart disease? Isn't that the same as in men? Do we have to treat it differently? Do we have enough evidence that how should we make a decision? What kind of research should we do? And do we have different guidelines for women than for men? And what do we need to do actually not to harm women, which I should have put up as a number one? So just a little bit of the history about this and just a couple of definitions. The sex defined by chromosomes, as most of us know. The gender is actually how an individual self-identifies themselves. And now we really need to talk about also transgender individuals who identifies as the opposite sex or non-binary. The sex specific is unique to the one sex. The sex difference is incidence, prevalence, and etiology of the different diseases. And we cannot apply results obtained from one research using one sex history only. And the NIH initiative to balance these policies actually just started not so long ago. It wasn't always very obvious to everybody that that's what we should be doing. So this is just a little cartoon here, but I think it tells the story. If we don't know which drugs are safest and most effective for pregnant women and children, why don't they just let us into more clinical trials to protect you from the drugs which are not known, right? Unstudied or unknown drugs. So this is like a catch-22. So here is some statistics. The number one killer in women is heart disease and not breast cancer, what everybody thinks so. The improved nourish, but still 46% of the women unaware that actually their highest risk is heart disease and not breast cancer. Risk factors can be very different and more widespread for women. The women usually older when they get heart disease, and they have much more comorbidities, which also affects the care, what they receive. The delays presenting to the emergency room and the delays being treated is very obvious when you take care of women like I do. It's always something more important than themselves. So they have to finish the cleaning or pick up the kids rather than going to the emergency room with symptoms. The higher mortality, even after thrombolytic therapy, but it has the same benefits. So sometimes women don't receive the treatment, decide they would have the same benefit from it. And this is a very sexist comment here, and but it's actually came from the famous and well-known and wonderful Nanette Wagner, who is almost 85 years old now, I think. And the medical community has viewed women's health almost with a bikini approach, looking essentially at the breast and reproductive system and almost ignoring the rest of the women as part of the women's health. And so after all these, more of the recognition came, and what do we need to do? It's very, very early on in 1948, they started the Framingham study. And that's one of the largest trials when they looked at risk factors and coronary disease and cardiac disease and followed these patients from Framingham, actually, for more than 30 years. 1955 was the first time when age and sex considered to be risk factors for coronary disease or myocardial infarction. And men had the heart attacks at age 30 and 40. And women had it actually 10 years later. So that was the recognition when they realized that women get the disease older. It's usually postmenopausal age. So the conclusion was that heart disease is men's disease, period. 1974 was an interesting trial which looked at the risk factor correction trial. So they looked at it, what happens if we start looking at the risk factors and start treating them. That's a very debated trial still today, but it's mainly included women, or not just mainly, but only, and focused on the risk factors and what happens if we treat them. Can we decrease the prevalence of myocardial infarction? And actually, and the mortality mainly, and they found that starting statin therapy is actually very beneficial. And they found that has significant decline in mortality when they started to take statin therapy. So this is another cartoon here, but again, quite tells the truth. We have studies of fruit flies, mice, hamsters, frogs, monkeys, and men with this condition. But medical research using women as subject just never occurred to anybody. Women received also another story, which is part of this history that we know and became now quite well known, that women received this hormone therapy, estrogen, mainly for treatment of prevention of heart disease. And that came from the Nurses' Health Study. And that was when they started to look at it, that what happens when women get the estrogen for prevention of heart disease. And it was a disaster. So what happened is that women actually had higher prevalence of heart attack, and that's noticed that maybe this hormone therapy is not really what beneficial for women. Again, go back to what my original premise was: what do we need to do not to harm women? So what medications we are not supposed to do, so they are women actually protected. The Women Health Initiatives study led by Bernardine Haley, when she got there into that position, NIH in 1991, and included 150,000 women. In 1999 was the first year when Lori Mosca, who is a wonderful researcher, and her group actually started to publish the first guidelines on prevention in women. In 2000, the Women Health Initiative published that the hormone therapy actually harmful for women. So 1 year later, 17,000 less heart attack in women as the hormone therapy was stopped, and women received actually statins the same time. Media help, which I really went through all my professional life. I could see what media actually can do, and that's why thank you for doing what you are doing here. But any kind of media presentation, when we target something, we know that it's actually very beneficial. So the media help was significant since 2002, when American Heart Association led a campaign, and a lot of people know about it, Go Red for Women. When everybody was wearing red dresses, you have a little pin with the red dress, and also started to talk about heart disease in women each year more and more, and that way we actually could measure that how much women became more knowledgeable about heart disease and the risk of heart disease. The 2019, which was just a couple of years ago, the preventive guidelines came out, but some of the women-specific factors were not included even in that guideline. 2020 was the time when the updated guidelines, after the women researchers stepped in and they started to publish these, that the recommendation came out for primary prevention for women. The secondary prevention guideline, what does it mean, primary and secondary? The primary prevention, when we give medications or we give advice and lifestyle changes and everything else to women or men who did not have any kind of disease documented yet, but they have risk factors, and we encourage them to look at the risk factors. The secondary guidelines are for people who already had something, like you had a dissection, or you had a heart attack, or you had something already what needs to be further followed up and treated with medications. So teaching and defining risk factors and specific recommendations for women is indeed needed, and we know that it's very important. So when look at women and heart disease, these are one of the posters what's available in a lot of places. We look at that, and we really would like women to know about the heart disease, know the risk factors, look at it, and look at the female-specific concerns. This is one of the first posters which were actually available for that. Look at the health problems during pregnancy. For years, we did not think about pregnancy has something to do with later on how much risk you have having a heart attack. We know now that women who have problems during pregnancy, such as high blood pressure, high cholesterol, having preeclampsia, which is complications of the pregnancies with leg swelling, with shortness of breath, with high blood pressure. We know that these women later on higher risk for having coronary artery disease and heart attack, the women who don't have problems with their pregnancies. And a lot of ovarian cysts, we sort of said this is just a reproductive disease. We know that those women also higher risk for having heart attack later. The breast cancer, we are going to talk about it, but that's also somewhat in the list of the risks. And also the kind of birth control women use before pregnancy, and then the follow-up on that also important. So mitral regurgitation, that's one of the valve disease we are going to talk about just very briefly. And I just picked up a couple things to talk about what's more common in women than in men. You know, this is one of those things, the mitral regurgitation, the leaking of the mitral valve, which sometimes comes with if someone has problem with the aortic valve also. They can have rheumatic heart disease, or what we know that, interestingly, mitral valve prolapse is more common in women. Men are more likely to have surgery than women for mitral valve prolapse, but women also has higher mortality. This is a very old data. I can tell you now that the minimally invasive surgery is what we do, and other treatment what we do for this mitral valve disease is actually, I don't think there is a huge difference between the outcome of men or women. Women also less likely to receive mitral valve repair. It's probably also not as true in our country or right now where we are. But the elderly women has a higher mortality. You know, we know that women live longer. They have more comorbidities also. And also the late presentation is one of the problems. You know, they don't go to the doctor. It does not get discovered. Part of it also that might not be heard, the murmur as well, especially if women are overweight. So the aortic valve disease also, again, we talk a little bit about it. The non-rheumatic, that means they did not have rheumatic fever as a child, but they have like inherited or age-related aortic valve stenosis, is more common in women than in later age. Again, women live longer, and then for some reason, we think that it's more common. And more non-surgical valve replacement happened in women also, and this is part of it, again, the survival issues too. One of the explanations is that women live longer, also has a smaller size of the aorta, smaller size of the valve. So when it starts calcification, meaning that deposits of the calcium in there, the valve area becomes so small that it's not able to push through the valve, the blood anymore. So these women present actually quite symptomatic, and putting a valve into this area through the groin, this is a transcutaneous aortic valve replacement, when we don't have to open up the chest. And these procedures are very beneficial for women, shorter the recovery time, and even with a lot of comorbidities, they do usually very well with it. And then the aortic dissection, more common in men actually than in women, and twice as common. But when it occurs in women, they are older age and usually less likely go through surgeries or have more chance of dying during or before even the surgery. Now, we talked about the pregnancy a little bit, and again, for years we didn't know this, but it's actually the pregnancy-related mortality, 16 per 100,000 live births in 2006 to 2010. This is really increased due to cardiovascular and infectious causes. Hypertension, that's the main reason, either chronic or pregnancy-related. Recently, in the last couple of years, actually the guidelines changed because our colleagues, the OBGYN, the gynecologist colleagues, were not so quick on or not so keen on treating high blood pressure in pregnant women. The worry was, of course, the blood flow to the fetus and so forth. But now we know that much better blood pressure control is actually beneficial. We don't do as tight blood pressure control as we would do someone else, but we still, the numbers changed a little bit. The stroke is an increasing trend, unfortunately, with pregnant women. And the preeclampsia, as we talked about, is considered a risk factor for coronary disease later life. Peripartum cardiomyopathy, again, this is very specific for women, obviously. And what is it? You know, the peripartum meaning that this definition that the the women has heart failure symptoms and heart failure during the pregnancy, usually the last month of pregnancy and within 5 months postpartum. So we see some women going through pregnancy, birth, go home, they're doing fine, and then they come back with severe shortness of breath, leg swelling, heart failure symptoms, and that means that the heart is not pumping the way how it should. They usually don't have previous history of any heart disease, and the ejection fraction, that's the pumping of the heart, is markedly decreased in these women. It's in the US, in the majority of them, is 1 month postpartum. The etiology remains unclear. The emerging risk factors are genetics, maybe obesity, maybe untreated high blood pressure, but we think more and more is the main reason. And the symptoms as with any other heart failure symptoms. And because it became more of a knowledge and more media and more information about it among the GYN docs and obstetricians, and the obstetricians are starting to look for this and take it more seriously and call us in time. So these women actually treated and recover and do better. The future pregnancies remains an issue. It's related how well the ventricle actually recovers, and but could occur again, interestingly, at least 20% of the time. We have a very frank conversation with the family, with the woman, and we discuss the future pregnancies. I happen to follow a lot of women who had second or even third pregnancies after postpartum cardiomyopathy. We watch them very carefully together with our obstetrician colleagues. We do testing regularly. We do pre-testing before they decide to get pregnant. And we also discuss that the best option is obviously if the heart function is still normal, they have a normal stress test before they get pregnant, then the outcome is likely better. And some of them will have some decrease of their heart function during the second pregnancy, but most of the time we can get them through, and we follow them very closely for that. And it's 50% mortality of 6 years with persistent cardiomyopathy at 6 months. So we know that even without the pregnancy or not being postpartum cardiomyopathy, a decreased heart function is not a good thing to live with. And we know that it's a very high risk of mortality or dying from that. Now, some of these women, and more patients have ultrasound of their heart before they become pregnant, or an ultrasound during their lifetime, and then they decide to get pregnant. We know that the lesions that are leaky valves, those are usually well tolerated during pregnancy. We do have the conversation about it, what to watch for. But the narrow, the stenotic lesions are much more difficult. And these women need also very, very, very close monitoring. I usually follow patients who have like aortic stenosis, the narrowing of the valve, and we try to get them through pregnancy as much as possible, rather than saying that you cannot get pregnant, you cannot have children. Rather than that, we have a very good conversation and decide that how should we pursue it. Putting a valve in before they get pregnant is very problematic because of the anticoagulation what these women would require. They are young, so most likely they would like to have a valve which lasts longer, and those are usually the metallic valves. So putting a metallic valve for a woman who would like to get pregnant is not something what we like to do. Putting a bioprosthetic valve, which sometimes we do, then we have to have the conversation that most likely after the childbearing age, we do need to put a different valve in for the rest of her life. So these are very difficult and very problematic conversations, but it has to happen, and has to happen with the family and the woman, and also with all our knowledge and all our research, what we know about this. The congenital, these are the aortic valve disease. who were born with it. That's usually the case in these young women who want to get pregnant. The valvuloplasty is an option, and we did that too sometimes. That gives you about a couple months when they can get through the pregnancy, they can have the baby, and then we can decide what to do about the valve after that. Marfan syndrome came up here for a couple times mentioned. That's a congenital or born disease which affects not just the aorta itself, but the aortic valve as well as the mitral valve. And it's the tissue is the problem, the connective tissue, and therefore, these we like to be corrected before or during pregnancy if the size of the aorta is 45 millimeter or 50. And genetic testing has more and more role in this to decide who should be or should not be corrected. All these patients have nowadays genetic testing, also because they would like to know what's the chance of the baby having any inherited problems, and also we would like to know what the chance of having any problems during the pregnancy. Now, another topic when we're talking about women and heart, as I said, this will be like a smorgasbord here. We are going to go through a couple of diseases what's affecting women, and more women than men usually. And this is the spontaneous coronary artery dissection, or SCAD. About 20 years ago, we didn't even know about this terminology of SCAD. Some patients were said, oh, you just had a heart attack, nothing wrong with you, otherwise we have nothing in your artery, what would, we can do for you, and this is just, women's heart attack. 30% of the heart attacks occur during pregnancy. The 30% is the spontaneous coronary dissection patients, 30% during the pregnancy due to the SCAD. So unlikely that a pregnant woman would be like a heart attack due to the plaque or atherosclerosis, which is much more common in the older age. So overall, like 1 to 4% of the acute coronary syndrome, if we get recognized, it's not rare. So that's what getting more and more knowledge about it and information about it. There is some familial prevalence, but it's not so sure yet. Still working on deciding the genetic markers on it. The Mayo Clinic is a leading in this, so collecting blood from most of the patients who go there for spontaneous coronary artery dissection, and they think they're finding now the genetic markers for it. The STEMI, that means a heart attack, what comes with a very specific EKG change, elevation, what we call it, and these are about 50% of the cases. And interestingly, 23% has more than one vessel. The more complications with the stent placement, you know about stents. These are little wire mesh what we put into the coronary artery to keep it open when someone has a heart attack or have angina or chest pain. And that stent placement actually causes problems with the spontaneous coronary dissection. When we put the stent in, it can dissect the whole vessel, even back to the aorta. So we don't recommend actually stenting. These flap, what occurs with the dissection. This is very similar to the aortic dissection, but occurs inside of the coronary artery. That flap, what elevates or lifts up, that flap actually has the tendency to be healing by itself. So if the pain goes away, we give the right medications, that dissection actually can be healed. So a lot of my patients did not get a stent. Sometimes they do if it's too big or we are not able to control the pain. They sometimes do end up putting stents in, but that's the rare occurrence. Conservative therapy, especially because these vessels are small and tortuous where this occurs. Again, the SCAD is the recurrence in 10 years is 21%. I have one lady who had 4 episodes of documented spontaneous coronary dissection. It's occurred in different vessels, and she survived all of them. She still doesn't have a single stent. And interestingly, her heart function actually remained normal. Cardiac rehab and stress management is very important. The statins, which is the mainstay of our therapy nowadays because we know it's beneficial for everybody, is not necessarily needed for these patients, only if they otherwise would have very high cholesterol. If they would have just the normal cholesterol level for a 35-year-old woman or a 30-year-old woman, we not necessarily start statins on them. The nitrates are important. This dilates the artery, and any other medication that helps to dilate the artery, like calcium channel blockers, are beneficial. And everybody gets a scan the first time it occurs, top to bottom, a CT scan. We are looking for other findings. We are looking for, is there an aneurysm in the carotid artery? Is there anything in the belly, any artery which affected especially the renal artery? These are the coinciding factors because, again, we think this is somewhat related why someone will have the spontaneous dissection while the others don't. Do you have some sort of genetic abnormality which affects it everywhere else in the body? And we talk about future pregnancies, and that's a serious conversation to have usually with the women. And again, there is a fun stuff there. Exercise is very important. The one lady asking, what's your favorite exercise? Sudoku. I don't think so. It's like getting on the treadmill is a better thing to do. So what about heart failure? How is women different? 5 million in the United States, 50% women, of course, older age, mainly with multiple risk factors. The heart failure with reduced ejection fraction, we call it HFrEF. That's one of the other one is the heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, that's HFpEF. And one of the HFpEF is the normal ejection fraction, but heart failure symptoms. The death and the hospitalization is very similar to the women who have decreased ejection fraction. So what is the normal ejection fraction? The normal ejection fraction is 55 to 65%, not 100%, because the blood needs to be inside of that chamber. So it's not able to 100% contracting because then you have no way or you can't push it out to the whole body. So 55, 65% the normal. What is the HFrEF? The HFrEF is when it's less than 40%. And then the HFpEF, when they have actually 55, 60% normal, but they have severe diastolic dysfunction, meaning that the muscle is not able to relax. And that increases the pressures and increases the pressure also inside of the lungs. They have more shortness of breath. And women are more prone for this HFpEF than men are. And it's called non-ischemic cardiomyopathy also because there is no previous heart attack or anything to predict that these women will have that. On the other hand, high blood pressure, smaller cavity size, and obesity has some role, as we know of. And we have very few women, unfortunately, in the large trials, which would help us to really decide better about the treatments. These patients with heart failure with the reduced ejection fraction, the diuretics is the mainstay of therapy. These water pills are also important for the HFrEF too. And we like to address that to make sure that they don't have underlying coronary artery disease. And the treatment of high blood pressure has a major role in this. Well-controlled blood pressure, which is nowadays between 120, 140 systolic, and the diastolic pressure certainly less than 90 or 80. And also, we know everybody, we ask and we actually recommend to have a workup for sleep apnea also, because we know that sleep apnea can worsen any of these conditions. So then the next is the chest pain. You probably hear it every time when we have the Go Red for Women, or February is the Women's Heart Month. we usually talk about the chest pain. And the chest pain is, I always tell to the patient, is not necessarily a pain. It's a discomfort, it's a heavy feeling, it's something different. And women sometimes have more than one symptoms. They can have radiation to the back. They can have it, nausea, vomiting. They can have just not feeling well, fatigue. And we recommend that, when you are not feeling well, you should be checked out. And we teach as now the emergency room doctors too, not to send the patients away when they come with sort of not very typical symptoms for heart attack or heart disease. So we like to have these reminder for the women that can feel like a tightness or can feel like squeezing or burning and can be actually not just in the front of the chest but back. The radiation can be to the arm, to the jaw. But we also say that just because we say to women that your symptoms can be different, but it doesn't mean you cannot have the typical symptoms how heart attack presents, chest heaviness going to your arm, shortness of breath going to your jaw. That's also, can be women. So women not always have to have these not so typical presentations. So don't delay, it's one of the main things what I'd like everybody to remember here, that do not delay to go to the emergency room. A quick visit can give you answers right away. A quick EKG, we can get an answer within 5 minutes when you arrive to the emergency room. Most of the emergency room take chest pains very seriously. You are not waiting usually 6 to 8 hours. We also like not to be driving yourself to the emergency room. If possible, we would like to have an ambulance to take you. It's sometimes not so easy in rural healthcare, but we certainly don't want the patient themselves driving. That's absolute no-no. Now, we talk about the stable ischemic heart disease. The stable ischemic heart disease is when someone had already heart attack, or we know that they have coronary disease, they have the plaques, the atherosclerosis, the buildup, and then we know also that we see more women with this stable ischemic heart disease, and they are usually older. They have what we call like the microvascular disease. The ejection fraction is preserved, so it's still normal, but more common in younger women, the microvascular disease. 50% of women who had angiogram has no obstructive disease. I wonder that some of them actually had a SCOD in the past, or they have this what we call small vessel disease. The symptoms are not the typical one. When you have a typical symptom for the women, we go in and do an angiogram. We usually find the typical findings: occluded big artery, we put a stent in there, and we are not treating it any differently than any man or anybody who comes in with these kind of symptoms and findings. There is really no difference there. There were some study in the past, like 30 years ago or something. It was published in the New England Journal of Medicine that women did not receive enough stents and were not treated the way how men were treated. I can guarantee you that in 2025, it is not the case. Any woman comes in with the same symptoms as a man would come in with a heart attack, they would be treated exactly like that. Endothelial dysfunction and plaque erosion is more common, and also this distal embolization, meaning clot going far away from the vessel, is somewhat more common in women. Now, there was one trial, I'm not going to through 15 trials here, but one trial was very interesting, and that was the COURAGE trial, which compared medical therapy with the stents and with patients who had stable symptoms. So these were not the patients who came in with a heart attack. And they found no major difference in the outcome, that the patient got a stent or the patient had medical therapy. So we now try to treat as much as possible with medications. And if the medication fails, meaning the patient continues to have symptoms, We are not waiting for a heart attack. I'm talking about recurrent chest pains affecting the life. The chest pains, if we cannot treat it with medication, the stents actually is a good option. But the stents should be placed on people to relieve the pain so they can live their life the way how they would like to live their life. But the COURAGE trial enrolled very few women. Despite that, the mortality of women who received stents was higher than men. It's most likely because they were older stents, they were smaller vessels, so I think that's also changing with the times. And the procedural complications were higher, but recently, that time we used to do angiograms from the groin going to the femoral artery. Nowadays, majority of the patients when they come to our cath lab or catheterization or angiography, we are using the radial artery, which is the arm, and this is much likely have any kind of bleeding complications or bruises or anything what we used to have when we went from the groin. Again, a little bit harder for the women to do that because, again, women are smaller. When I was doing angiograms, sometimes they use really small catheters to be able to put into the smaller arteries. So it's not 100% successful, but 80% of the time is. So then here is the heart attack. This is, again, an older data. As I said, we go through history here, too. So 2012, the STEMI, or the heart attack data showed that women less likely receive guideline-recommended therapy, such as medications, more complications after PCI, or the dilation, balloon dilation, is mainly because of the growing complications. There is a sex-specific difference in high-sensitivity troponins. Men has twice the upper limit of normal than women. Now we are decreased the numbers what we look at when the patient comes in, and you get a different number for the women than the men, and we think it's normal or abnormal. And decreasing that diagnostic threshold actually benefited for women. Rather than saying that nothing wrong with you, we took it more seriously and did more testing for that. And what also we know that we were more likely to have what we call non-STEMI. When they come in and they don't have these typical EKG findings, but they can have something on the EKG, but not something what makes them run into the cath lab right away. So this is something what we know now. So this is an interesting, one of my favorite. This is a heart. And this is what you don't see, what we don't see when we do an angiogram. This is the microvascular disease. And we know that this is called actually the female pattern. Women are more likely to have that than others. And I think I have to finish up quickly. And this is the sex differences out of hospital cardiac arrest, which is also interesting. And the implantable defibrillator, which is different usage for women than for men. Women less likely to get an ICD, and that's also because they have actually showed less survival benefit than men do. And there was the breast cancer. We know that radiation can affect the coronary arteries, especially before they did the protection and cover-up, so that's also something to think about for us. And then here is the stress, which is history of anxiety, history of depression, and that causes another disease, which is called the Takotsubo, stress-induced cardiomyopathy, and this is how it looks like. The heart changes the movement, and it becomes like dilated at the apex, and we know that's all from the stress. Treatment is the same as the heart attack, and the EF, the ejection fraction, usually normalizes. And then here is the last one. You can read it on your own, who should be taking aspirin. And that's actually an important message here that if generally don't take aspirin a day, if you are 60 years and older and you don't have known heart disease previous stent placement. And this slide is not just because it's the end of the talk, but also highly recommended to have yoga. We know the benefits on the heart, And we recommend everybody to try at least a couple of sessions of the yoga, and they would benefit their heart. Sorry that I went over. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Farkas. At this time, I would like to welcome Amy Johnson, the founder of Rock from the Heart, up for a special introduction.
First, can we give a hand for Emily, Miss Minnesota? Isn't she beautiful? And she's gonna maybe someday operate on your hearts. That's the goal. So we're kind of going to shift the schedule a little bit because it's really, you know, the only constant is change, right, in this world. But we have another incredible guest that is here who's actually joining us for her third Rock from the Heart. It's an incredible honor to have connected with one of my heroes as a young woman growing up in the 80s to see powerful women doing powerful things, but then to also learn after Pete and I got married that she was a heart surgery survivor and is still out there doing what she loves. She has the beat. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Gina Schock, legendary Rock and Roll Hall of Fame drummer from the Go-Go's.
Hello, everyone. Dr. Farkas, thank you very much. That was very informative, and I was trying to follow, but there, you know, I have a lot more questions. Every time I come here, I walk away thinking it gets my mind going, and I want to know more and more and more. So these are really good. This is a great thing that Amy and Pete do every year, and I am so happy and proud to be a part of this. I'll come every year for the rest of my life because I'm so grateful to be a part of this. You know, we all have our stories, and we're all here for different reasons, but the one main thing is to talk about our experience, or personally, or with a family member, with a friend that's had any sort of heart issues that are life and death things. I had a congenital defect in my heart, and the way that I found out is we were getting ready to do a tour, and I mean, I kept getting sick all the time, and before you go on a major tour, you have to get a physical. So we all went to get our physicals, and they said, oh, by the way, you have a heart murmur, which is usually not a big deal, nothing. Well, we followed through with it more, and I had to wear this monitor. Anyway, they found out that I had a hole in my heart, like the size of a golf ball, and that if it wasn't tended to within 2 years, that it would be beyond repair, and I would be dead by the time I was 30. So that was very sobering news for a rock and roll person. You know what I mean? It's like, well, not that I'm crazy with things, but I've had quite the life, I gotta say. It's been fun and great, and I've experienced so many things that normally I wouldn't have. Some good, some bad, you know, for your health. But anyway, I'm here. Okay, let me get back to the subject. Anyway, that was really frightening, and I didn't know what I was gonna do except get to deal with it immediately. I couldn't walk around with that, knowing that, you know, information about myself, and I said, I want to get this operation ASAP. We postponed the tour. We went out for one last big hurrah in Palm Springs, and the girls all rented an El Dorado and what else? A Jag, all convertibles, driving to Palm Springs like 5 crazy women. And we had a great time because we thought, the girls were like, well, if this is your last hurrah, let's really do it right. So I'm like, you bet. So I was only allowed to smoke pot. Anyway, that's another story. So there was a lot going on. But this is the 80s, you know? Wow. Anyway, I got through that. I had 1 week, and I got a cardiac catheterization, which they had to do back then before. I don't know if they still do that, Pete, Amy, I'm not sure, but I'll want to know. Anyway, well, they don't do the operation that I had. I have so much to say. I got to calm down. Anyway, I went in to do that, and apparently you had more of a chance of dying from cardiac catheterization than you do the actual surgery, which was kind of crazy. But that were the specs back then. And I did that, and then like a week later, I went in and had heart surgery. And of course, that was something that left a mark, a scar on me that will, figuratively, and that'll never go away. I am always aware that I have been given the gift of life by finding out that I had a congenital defect, and by having some great people around me that helped me take care of it right away. I had the operation at Cedars-Sinai, and I had the best of care. The doctors, the people that you have around you is so important. The support and the knowledgeable people, very, very important. Always remember that, guys. Always ask questions. Always want to know more, especially when it's about you. That tends to wake your ass up and want to know, because we want to live. We want to live. And anyway, so I had that, and ever since then, I try to align myself with any folks that are trying to spread the word, because, it was like being stuck in a bad movie, you guys. Here I am, like being a rock star, and then this knocked me right back down to size. It's like, well, yeah, it can happen to you. And it really was like being in a bad movie. I couldn't believe that something that always happened to everyone else was happening to me. So it can happen to anyone, and we always need to be aware and to try to be as knowledgeable about it as possible, because you just never know. And I want to thank everybody for being here and being a part of this, because Pete and Amy are just two of the finest people that I know, and they spend their whole lives just trying to get the word out and educate people with Rock from the Heart. And so, I don't know, I just want to say that what's important is knowledge and having a support system around you that doesn't fail you. People that love you and care about you, because you need a lot of that when you're going through these things. And I don't know, I just want to say thanks, and I'm forever grateful for being able to have the rest of my life, and I am very grateful to be a part of Pete and Amy's Rock from the Heart, and I thank you all for coming here and listening to this, because it's, spread the word, folks. Thank you, I love you very much, thank you.
Isn't she great? Oh, you're short. I'm tall. All day. Well, at this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Be sure to stop by and visit our team. Check out the Rock from the Heart merch table. And don't forget to register for door prizes. We've got some great giveaways coming up. We'll see you back in 15 minutes.
my face will always change, my heart will never die. Look back, see what you see. That's alright, that's alright. Past lives in harmony. That's alright, always too much for me. I wanna get closer to you every day. 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 Somewhere in a fast lane, I was spinning down a street that leads nowhere. My heart was never there. Somewhere in a past life, I was hidden. Yeah, my face will always change. My eyes will never lie. Look back, see what you see. That's alright, that's alright. Past lives in harmony. That's alright, always too much for me. I wanna get closer to you every day. 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 That's alright.
Living's cheap, but I don't wanna think about that. 'Cause when I hear you speaking, your vibrations take me off the map. I wanna occupy the real estate and live in your eyes. Enchanté, set my heart away. No apologies. Spilling my emotions like I'm Cabernet. So don't slip away. Need your ricochet. 'Cause you two-step in the corners of my mind. My mind.
My name is Shelly Austin. I work with pediatrics and home care doing education for medical equipment. I was diagnosed at 6 months of age with a bicuspid aortic valve congenital disorder and aortic stenosis, and monitored throughout my life. I was expected to have surgery before the age of 18. I did manage to hold on until I was 25, at which point I had a repair rather than a replacement, just so I could continue to have children. My family is very involved. They've all been very supportive, as well as many great friends. My husband struggles more than I do with everything. PTSD, my husband would call it, is for real. He truly struggles way more than I do, but he's been there through it all, and he continues to be there, and it's amazing. My boys have grown up. They're very involved, and they also know everything about the heart, which is phenomenal. Both of my boys have been thoroughly cardiac worked up, and they are not affected, which makes my heart very, very happy, because that was probably my biggest fear, was my passing anything I have on to my children. I was very excited when I first came across Rock from the Heart. I honestly can't even remember how I found it, but I have been here every year from day one. We've volunteered for them and have been very blessed to meet Pete and Amy. It's an amazing organization. I love what they are doing. They are spreading the word. They're getting this information out there to the community, which is amazing, because really aortic health is just not known. And even to my own friends and coworkers, and I work in the health field, they are doing an amazing job spreading the word and using music, which is so impactful, I think, to everyone. To spread that word is just a great avenue to be sharing that information, which is new and exciting. So I think, they're making things more aware in the general community, which I think just wasn't there. To see it from someone that's not a medical professional is wonderful. I think that's more impactful than hearing it from a medical professional. Live each day like it's your last, but live for the future.
Well, we'll see if I can maneuver. This is the first time I've done my presentation for Rock from the Heart where I've actually had slides. So if I fumble and I mumble, I apologize, but we're going to get through this. I just want to thank everyone for being here. We've been doing this since 2019. We're working to grow it every year, but as we know that while heart disease is something that we hear about a lot, aortic disease is that overlooked condition, and it's what we're here to bring the spotlight to today. Now, do I press the forward button? Okay. Aortic disease is a silent killer. There's no warning signs. It can affect anyone, regardless of the age and background. Many people who develop it have no idea they're at risk until suddenly they are. For some, it comes as a shock, but for others, survival hinges on awareness, early detection, and access to care. The reality is, many people don't see it coming, and that's exactly what happened to Pete, our founder. One moment, he was living his life, making music, playing his drums at gigs every weekend, planning our future. He wasn't expecting to need open heart surgery. He wasn't expecting his life to change. Cardiac rehab picture, and my superhero. Rock from the Heart was born out of our experience, out of the realization that too many people don't know they're at risk, and too many lives are lost simply because people didn't have the knowledge or access to early screenings. Aortic disease doesn't care who you are. It doesn't matter if you've spent your life performing in front of thousands or working behind the scenes. We've seen how it affects musicians, people known for their energy, stamina, and passion for performing. And we've seen how awareness has helped them get the care they needed. Aortic disease does not discriminate. It affects people of all ages, backgrounds, and yes, rock stars. Among those who faced serious heart conditions include, am I going to say this right, Pete? Kazim Sultan, the bassist for Todd Rundgren, Blue Oyster Cult, and Meatloaf. He survived an aortic dissection. Mark Schulman, the drummer for Pink and Foreigner, underwent open heart surgery for an atrial septal defect, a hole in the heart, and was discovered later in life. And Tom Peterson, the bassist for Cheap Trick, Pete, give him a hand, who also just several years ago had heart surgery to repair replace his aortic valve, and I believe he had an aneurysm repaired as well. We've had the honor to meet and share Rock from the Heart story with some of these incredible survivors. Jeff Tate, Queensryche's iconic frontman, had aortic valve replacement surgery in 2022. I met him a couple of weeks ago, bucket list, big time. Even bigger bucket list was Richie Faulkner. He's been Judas Priest's guitarist for many years. He survived a life-threatening acute aortic dissection while he was performing the encore at a concert. He kind of felt those pains. They were within 4 minutes of a hospital. Pete and I met him. We were honored to be invited to a Judas Priest concert in Rochester last fall and got to go backstage and talk to Richie for an extended period of time, share stories. And when they tell you that they bring the wife in, they bring the family in to have that last conversation, that's where he was at. And to be there at a concert watching him just rock with his guitar just like he did before. That picture was taken that night that we met him from the stage in Rochester. That's the power of information, survival, early detection, and getting that care saves his lives. And my personal favorite, my buddy Kelly Keggy of Night Rangers, drummer and vocalist. He underwent heart surgery to repair a valve defect. Little Kelly's story, Rock from the Heart, is actually kind of Kelly's fault. I don't know if you want to call it that, but the year that Pete was going to have his surgery after 2 years post-diagnosis, we knew that Kelly was out 8 weeks for a heart surgery that summer. And their first show was here in Fargo at RibFest. So Pete and I drove from the cities and we came to see Night Ranger perform 8 weeks after Kelly's heart surgery to replace his valve. And that was the first day when Pete and I looked at each other and said, okay, we can start planning our lives because you're going to be up there drumming 8 weeks after your heart surgery. Pete calls it the Kelly Keggy barometer for recovery from heart surgery. 8 weeks, you'll be drumming again and getting paid to do it. To those we've not met yet, stay tuned. I'm working on it. I'm working on making those connections too and welcoming them to the Rock from the Heart family. Now we need your help. If you believe in what we're doing, if you believe that lives can be saved through awareness and education, I ask you to just please take action today. Get involved. You can volunteer out at the place. We've got volunteer sign-ups just to let us know that you're interested. Help get involved by many ways. Even though we're based in Minneapolis, we've got board members and volunteers across the United States because not everything we do is in person. We do a lot of outreach. The presentations you see today are being recorded. They'll be chopped up into a playlist and we'll reshare those videos on the internet and in support groups online to get the word out to more people. We're always looking to grow our team. Follow us on social media. Grab your phone right now, pick up your phones, find us on Facebook, we're on Instagram, LinkedIn, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're out there, and the more people that we have following, the greater impact we can have, and the better our goal to just continue to fill these rooms and to bring more and more people in to hear these presentations and to get this knowledge. Become a sponsor. We're grateful to have sponsors. Our presenting sponsor, Sanford, who's believed in us and is back for their second year. Longtime sponsor, Edwards Life Sciences, who have been there every single year since we started. We have sponsorship packages at every level. If you're a small business that just has $100 to contribute, we have a place for you in Rock from the Heart. Attend an event. Tomorrow night, today is the educational
piece of our program, tomorrow night we rock. There are still tickets available for tomorrow night's concert. Gina Schock, who spoke just a few minutes ago, will be drumming with Pete, 2 drum kits on stage. Incredible evidence of the power of survival when you've got 2 people that are the heartbeat of their bands playing together in perfect sync, and they survived. They're still here to bring that music and that magic to you. Make a donation. On your table, there is a magnet. There's maybe more than one magnet. Take that magnet, scan the QR code, takes you right to our donation page to make a donation. Whether you donate $5 or $500, every dollar helps us to continue to bring this to you. It continues to help us, market the event, to help us develop our YouTube channel, to develop the educational resources, and to make those connections, to take what we're doing here in this room to the world. Because as many of our speakers have said, this is an underdiagnosed condition. Everybody hears about cardiovascular disease, which is great. We've learned about that. But when it comes to aortic dissection and aortic valve disease, it's rare. And if you don't know about it, you don't know what to check. We had our people here, that have the family history of that. All of a sudden, you've got a bunch of family members who have died suddenly, and maybe it's because there was something aortic. If they didn't do the autopsies and do the research, you don't know. So pay attention to that family history. Get involved. Help us amplify our message and bring this to the world. We'd love you to stick around after the presentations. I know we're going to have some turnover as the afternoon goes on because the people who are coming who are at work will be coming. And then we transition to having a little bit of fun at 6 o'clock with a cocktail reception. We've got raffles, drawings, we've got t-shirts. You'd be surprised how many people see a Rock from the Heart t-shirt. I love my t-shirts in the wild pictures, so get a Rock from the Heart t-shirt. Take a picture somewhere exotic and send it to us. We'd love to share that on our social media. People will ask you, what is Rock from the Heart? And that's another way to help us amplify our message. And then there's also, if you notice all the handcrafted items, I don't have a lot of money to give myself, but I have time. So I sew on the weekends and the evenings. So everything you see out there that's like crafted, the flannels and everything, I personally made those with love from the heart. So any of those that you walk away with, that's my way to give back to the cause as well. Every t-shirt sold, every raffle ticket bought, every donation made helps us continue sharing these rock star survivor stories and reaching the next person who needs to hear them. Managing your aortic disease takes courage, knowledge, optimism, and a willingness to share and ask for support. Wherever you are in your journey, we'd like to help. Contact us if there's something you'd like to see on our website, and keep checking back in. We'll have new content all the time, and hopefully more pictures of me with rock stars who are survivors. You all have a place in our community. Rock from the Heart is more than just an event. It's a feeling, it's a family. And if I could just one more time have the survivors in the room please stand up. You are why we're here. And then one final one, if we could get anybody who is a caregiver or a family member, please stand up. You are just as important and just as affected. Okay. Now we'll get things back on track with our next speakers. Thank you for listening to my spiel. Thank you for being here. We love you all, and on to the next.
All right, so please welcome Jeremy Grindelin and Dane Gwen. Grindelin is a senior pharmacist at Sanford Health with a PharmD from North Dakota State University. Jeremy specializes in internal medicine, family medicine, and cardiology medication management. He's a published author and earned board certification in pharmacotherapy, as well as playing a key role in launching a pharmacist-driven lipid clinic to improve patient care. Outside of work, Jeremy enjoys sailing and playing music, adding a personal touch to his impressive professional achievements. Gwen is a clinical pharmacist specializing in cardiology at Sanford Health, with expertise in managing cardiovascular medication therapy. Daniel plays a key role in optimizing patient care and treatment outcomes within the cardiology department. Let's please welcome them both.
Hello, hello. Hey, y'all. Testing. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here. Thank you for having a time, set aside for us pharmacists. And I would agree, rocking is happening tomorrow, but who says we can't rock now with some education? So I'm thinking that's a little bit different of a type of rock, but still, I think it fits really well. It's what we've dedicated our lives to as pharmacists, and so I just have a quick portion talking about emerging medications when it comes to heart disease in the area of cholesterol management. We just have a couple different types of focuses really on the aortic aneurysm management and also other different places where you could locate heart disease due to basically plaque that's found in the artery space. I have no disclosures to be able to speak to. We just have really quick time just to talk about other medications here that are really exciting in the space of cholesterol management when it comes to heart disease. And we will also review a little bit about why those medications are important to us. Really just have to be able to put the baseline down is that with our artery plaque, we do have different ways of managing this and lifestyles that we choose and different healthy lifestyles like physical activity, and then also have great dietary recommendations for this, but also medications help keep our risks low. Overall, you can see there's a list of things that actually qualify a person for having the definition of cardiovascular disease from plaque, and that's what we call ASCVD. And overall, we have aortic aneurysm as another cause of maybe some instance of plaque. Our goals overall are no different. They are unchanging, that we lower the risk as much as we possibly can in a person. And we do that from a medication management standpoint. We reduce the amount of LDL cholesterol in the bloodstream, and therefore we say lowering the risk with cholesterol is how far can we go? The lower we go, the better. Overall, this is to prevent future events of cardiovascular disease, such as major events that disrupt the blood flow to certain vital organs. So that's, again, the ultimate goal is to avoid major heart attack, stroke, or other types of clotting issues within the circulatory system. And so as we stand kind of here today, we know the most about managing patients in our clinic. Really, when it comes to one medication alone, it's statins. And our pharmacist role really is to make sure to give you the most success on staying on medications that are going to lower your risk of heart disease and major cardiovascular events. So I have a list of those medications here. You might recognize them by their brand or generic names. A lot of them are sort of used in our heart space. A lot of them are patients we manage on atorvastatin or rosuvastatin. There's other benefits just then, other than lowering the LDL cholesterol. We do see that you can also be able to positively affect the areas where there is plaque found, which is lowering the inflammation in those spaces and also reducing growth and expansion of aortic aneurysm, which then leads to the risk of rupture lowering as well. So how to work together to make sure to be successful with taking a statin. Overall, we know that lifelong, these medications are utilized to help lower your risk as far as possible. Pharmacists are working at how the timing of these medications during the day fit in with your lifestyle. We also look at personalizing your dosing, and also we have a trial of multiple statins in that same class before we end up abandoning statins. A lot of times it's just how best can I tolerate my statin? How do I understand when it's time to mention a risk or a complication I'm having to my doctor? Well, now we have our lipid clinic where we're actually able to bring those concerns forward to a pharmacist, and maybe even having that collaboration in a real time or even earlier than you might expect through regular follow-ups or different types of touch bases that you can have with a pharmacist at Sanford. Knowing that we do have statins, they're kind of our backbone here, and we show that as a slide just for awareness. If we do not see the reduction in our LDL cholesterol like we're hoping for, we do have some emerging other non-statin medications that we're pretty excited about, but do just need some additional management alongside addition to a statin. And this is our kind of other medications we like to call Repatha or Praluent. These are two different medications that are shown as injectables, and they help enhance our body's ability to eliminate cholesterol. The mechanism is fairly direct to increase the amount of LDL receptors that we have, and that ends up promoting more elimination of LDL cholesterol. The hurdles that we have usually with the medication like Repatha or Praluent is cost and other needle-averse, types of situations where maybe patients are not so excited about having an injection. So another type of other emerging therapy we've actually seen more evidence in, and actually more importantly, in the area of preventing major cardiovascular events, is Nextolol or bempedoic acid, which actually helps in one direct way, which is decreasing the production of your LDL cholesterol, but also indirectly helping you eliminate LDL cholesterol. And how it does that is actually by way of increasing the amount of available LDL receptors in your body. Now, what that's actually shown is most recently a trial has been published to show these that are on bempedoic acid also have seen a decrease in the reduction or decrease in the amount of cardiovascular events in their lifetime, in that space of what the trial was studied in. And we're actually more excited to see how this actually works out in the long term. Now, another big hurdle that a lot of people have talked about with statins is my muscle pains or maybe more weakness in my muscles. We actually see that bempedoic acid has an ability to only really affect the liver where it works and not in our muscle systems, not systemically around our whole body. So it's actually touted to maybe be the replacement in the future to a statin medication if we're not able to tolerate a statin. So it's worth an additional conversation. I think in this case, when we're talking about these medications, they're really seen as add-ons at this point. And certainly it's worth personalizing to your current situation, the way we utilize these medications and how we get the cost to be effective, for the person in affordability. So key takeaways from my portion today is really talk about our pharmacist is very available and now much more a touch base than ever before with our lipid clinic that we have at Sanford. And now we've been learning how to work with patients even on a more of a real-time basis. We promote that, statins are still the backbone to help manage plaque in our arteries. And what that does is it prevents these negative changes from happening in our arteries that lead to more major cardiovascular events in your lifetime. There are promising therapies that help us reduce the amount of dependency on just statins alone and have good add-on treatments that are out there nowadays. And pharmacists are there to help be able to answer any questions along the way. So with that, I'm going to have the rest of my time go to Dan, and he'll talk to you a little bit more about the blood thinner side of things in our pharmacy space.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. How many mechanical heart valves are in the room? One. Somebody else? Pete has one, right? Okay. So would you agree that warfarin is the most inconvenient, cumbersome, difficult medication you've ever used? No? Well, a lot of people don't like it. Healthcare providers don't like it, but we've been stuck with it for mechanical valves for a long time. So I want to talk about where we've come from with valves and blood thinners and where we might be going. So mechanical valves, they were first implanted in 1960 with the caged ball valves, which, as you can see, kind of an interesting design. The ball comes up to let the blood come out, it gets trapped in the cage. After the heart is done pumping, the ball goes back down to block the hole so blood can't backflow into the heart. These are the first types that were used with any widespread use. Hundreds of thousands of them were implanted. United States stopped using them in the 1980s for the most part, but they were used in some parts of the world into the early 2000s. Later designs were very durable. Some patients had been known to have one of these valves for 40 to 50 years. So that's where we started with valves. Where did we start with blood clots? This 1977 report was about those first valves that were implanted in the early 60s. 40 to 50% of those patients had a blood clot in the first 5 years. And they estimated that 80% of patients would experience a blood clot in the first 15 years. Those numbers are huge. That is a lot of blood clots. And a lot of these patients were on warfarin, on the blood thinner. So why does this happen? Why do mechanical valves increase the risk of blood clots? Unnatural materials make the blood do funny things, and unnatural blood flow patterns. Your blood is not going through that artificial valve the way it would through your normal valve. And when blood gets caught in weird areas, it tends to form clots. So a thrombus or a clot can form on the valve and make the valve malfunction, or that thrombus can come loose, go to your brain and cause a stroke, go to some other part of the body and cause trouble. So what can we do? Improve the valves, make better valves made out of better materials. We can improve the design of the valve to have a more natural blood flow pattern. And we use blood thinners, which means warfarin for these valves. So some new designs that have come through over the years. In the 60s, a non-tilting disc valve, which is kind of similar to the caged ball, where the disc will come up and get trapped by the cage, come back down to seal the valve. Tilting disc valves, where it kind of opens like the garbage can in your kitchen. Opens to let the blood out, closes to seal the valve. Bi-leaflet valves. These were introduced in 1963, but there were problems with them. They stopped using them in 1965. Reintroduced in 1977 by St. Jude. Fun fact, the first St. Jude bi-leaflet valve was implanted on the day I was born. So I thought that was kind of fun. So this variety of valve is almost exclusively used in the United States today, and there are 3 different companies that make them. So, had that report on the early 60s valves, tons and tons of blood clots. Have things gotten better? So we have this report from 1994. Has a mix of caged ball valves, tilting disc valves, and bi-leaflet valves, so a good variety. We can see risk of major embolism is 4 times as high if you're not on warfarin as if you are on warfarin, and even worse for all varieties of embolism, all varieties of thrombosis. So things are better, but we clearly still need patients to be on warfarin to prevent those blood clots. So warfarin or Coumadin. It was the only oral anticoagulation medication available in the US until 2010. It blocks the production of clotting factors, which makes your blood clot more slowly. Regular blood tests, at least monthly for most patients. Frequent dose changes, which can make it very cumbersome to use. Diet restrictions, many drug interactions, and it's one of the most complicated medications we put people on. We don't like to use it, we're stuck with it. So, can warfarin be replaced for patients with mechanical heart valves? Pradaxa is a new blood thinner that was approved in 2010. We tried it. We tried to use it in mechanical valves in 2013 in the Realign trial. And as you can see, warfarin patients had no heart attacks, no strokes. Pradaxa patients had heart attacks and strokes, and they canceled the study early because it clearly was not working. And the Pradaxa patients had more bleeding as well. So the answer is no. Eliquis, another new blood thinner. We were hopeful we could use this one as well. We tried it in 2023 for a certain type of aortic mechanical valve, and the results are in, and the answer is no. Valve-related thromboembolism was almost 3 times as high with Eliquis as with warfarin, and strokes were 2.9% with Eliquis and none for warfarin. So the answer is no. So we've tried to stop using warfarin for this, for mechanical valves, but it hasn't worked. So Xarelto is another new blood thinner. Can we use it? There's the REWA trial 5 years ago. Very small trial, only 44 patients, and the patients were only followed for 90 days. So we have to be careful drawing too big of conclusions from this. But what we see is the number of strokes, TIAs, and embolisms were actually lower with Xarelto, and no valve thrombosis happened, and similar rates of bleeding between the 2 groups. So very small study. They were only followed for 90 days, so we have to be real careful how we interpret this. They need to study it in a larger study. But the answer is maybe. Maybe this could happen. So future blood thinners. You might think pharmacists have a superpower of being able to pronounce drug names correctly, but the fact is when they're new, we don't know either, so I'm just kind of guessing on these. Abelacimab is a monthly injection. It binds and inactivates clotting factor 11, currently in phase 3 studies. So it's a new mechanism, a new type of blood thinner that maybe someday could be used for artificial valves. Ticafarnib, similar name to warfarin, it works in a similar way, but it looks like it's much easier to control the level of blood thinning, much easier to get the right dose, and a lot less variation in how these patients can be treated. They're currently planning a phase 3 trial with patients with mechanical valves. So that's a hopeful sign. Asundexian, another factor 11 inhibitor. It is currently in a phase 3 trial for stroke prevention, so another new med. Maybe someday we can try this out with mechanical valves. And then future valves. This is the TriFlow valve by a company called Novostia. And currently underway is the Pilatus study, in which they implanted this valve in 10 patients in the last couple of years. These patients are going to be followed for 5 years with no blood thinners, which is it's a radical departure from what we've had before. It's always been unthinkable to put in a mechanical valve and not put them on blood thinners. So I'm quite interested to see how this works out. I'll be following this closely, because if we can put mechanical aortic valves in people and not put them on blood thinners, that is a huge advance in the treatment of valve disease. So we'll save questions for later. Thank you.
Thank you again to Jeremy and Dan. Next, we have Dr. Joshua Wynn, the Vice President from Health Affairs and Dean of the University of North Dakota School of Medicine and Health Sciences. A cardiologist with extensive experience in academic healthcare, Dr. Wynn has a background in clinical care, research, and teaching, and holds an MBA from the University of Chicago and an MPH from the University of Michigan. He completed his residency in cardiology training at Harvard Medical School's Brigham and Women's Hospital, and has served at UND for the past 15 years. Please welcome Dr. Joshua Wynn.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I actually stepped down from my administrative positions on December 1st, but I'm still a full-time faculty member at UND. What I've been asked to talk about today is the particular considerations in more rural parts of North Dakota, but as you'll see, it's generalizable to everywhere. And is this how I advance? No. Slides advance? What do I do? This? There we go. So what I hope to do today is to give you a little bit of sense of the state of health and healthcare in rural North Dakota as it relates to the heart, and go over some of the special challenges and opportunities. I think there are two factors that are especially important for rural folks with heart disease. One is that time to treatment is critical for specific conditions when they occur acutely. So the Rock the Heart is related, it was founded because of a patient with an enlarged aorta that is prone to rupture. If that occurs, that is a true medical emergency, and time is of the essence. As I'll discuss, it's also true of heart attacks. So how we manage people acutely is critically important. But there's a second component, and that's the ongoing surveillance that we do to anticipate problems. So let me go back to the aorta as an example. The aorta is the big blood tube that comes out of the heart, as you know, and in certain conditions, some of them genetic, some of them acquired, the aorta enlarges. Now, the acute thing is when it tears. And that is a true medical emergency, and it often has a very bad outcome. But the surveillance part is essential, because we now know that if we discover an aorta as it is starting to enlarge, we have excellent guidelines as to when we need to intervene, which means to fix that aorta, before it gets to a size where it's likely to tear. So surveillance can prevent the acute problem. So we have to be able to do both, and both can be challenges in rural areas. So I want to tell you a little bit about what we're doing and what we can do in the future. So one of the things that you may be interested in, if you go to the UND website, is this report that we do every 2 years called Health Issues for the State of North Dakota. And we have a team that accumulates data from all over North Dakota and presents it on the website in a very digestible format. And it can tell you about what's going on in North Dakota. So just go to UND, the School of Medicine and Health Sciences, and then go into publications. And I've included the link here, but you can easily find it on the web. Now here is the challenge, if you will. This is looking at the population density in North Dakota. And if you go all the way out to the west in Slope County and compare that with Cass County, the difference in the number of people per square mile is 150. So here in Fargo and the region, we have 150 times more people per square mile than all the way out west. So you can see that the population densities are largely around the 4 bigger cities, and then it can really fall off in the rural areas. And related to this is shown on this slide is the provider in this case are physicians, but I will tell you the same thing applies if you look up nurses, physician assistants, occupational therapists, etc. There is a much greater density, and this is corrected for population. So obviously there are more doctors in Fargo, but if you look at the number of doctors per population, we still have many more here than in the rural areas. Notice the difference in the bars. Now, we don't do too badly compared with other parts of the country, but this is a ubiquitous finding that there is a maldistribution of providers of all types, with the concentration in the more urban areas and a relative shortage in the suburban areas, and especially the rural areas. So that's part of the challenge, that the providers just aren't there. And again, it's across the board. Some are better than others, but for all of us, we tend to be where there's more population and there's a real shortage in those other areas. Now, as a consequence, this shows the density of physicians per population. So I want you to notice, again, you could probably pick where Fargo and Grand Forks and Bismarck and Minot are located. But notice out in the southwest, out there in where Hettinger is, do you see the one second from the border? Just above South Dakota? I don't know if I have a pointer. Okay, that's Hettinger, North Dakota, and the West River Medical Foundation, Medical Care Group is there, where they have a concentration of physicians and other providers. So that part of rural North Dakota actually has figured out a way to get providers located there. So I'm very proud of that, particularly because many of the providers there are graduates of your UND School of Medicine and Health Sciences. So the problem with providers being maldistributed in rural areas is not everywhere in North Dakota. It's many places, but Hettinger, you got a lot of people there. They've figured out a way to do it. The other thing that I just want to remind you is that part of North Dakota is Indian country. Here are several of the tribal lands, and the next slide I hope will astound you, because this looks at the mortality figures for Native Americans in North Dakota versus the rest of the population. And you can see it's roughly double. So there are all sorts of reasons for that, but problems with healthcare delivery in rural areas, particularly on the reservations, is a major issue when we're working to try to improve this situation. But this should not be. I think we would all agree we have to do something about this. There are other additional considerations in rural areas. People in rural communities tend to be older and poorer than those in urban areas, and behavioral health issues are not just a problem in the cities, it's true throughout the state. Staffing can be a challenge. Distance is a big deal, particularly during inclement weather, and emergency medical services can be a problem. That's a whole other topic to discuss. And then financing. So we rely on roughly 3 dozen so-called critical access hospitals in North Dakota that are small, they're limited in their number of beds, and they have a special way of getting reimbursed. But it isn't working optimally, and many of them are facing financial challenges with all of the activity that's going on now to try to eliminate some of the waste that people believe is in the government. I'm just concerned about those rural hospitals because some of them are already struggling financially. So if you have an interest in that, you might want to pay particular attention to the funding for the so-called critical access hospitals because they provide an important link in providing health care in rural North Dakota. So let's go back to my earlier slide where I divided things into the acute problem and then the surveillance one. So what are some of the heart conditions where time is of the essence? Well, obviously, you all know about heart attacks where we have a interruption of blood flow due usually to a plaque that's formed in the artery and a superimposed blood clot forms. And it may largely or completely stop the flow of blood to the heart. If we don't restore blood flow to the heart within a relatively short period of time, that heart muscle dies. And that can lead, obviously, to serious problems. So we have this expression of time is muscle, and what we need to try to do is to get that artery opened. As I'll talk about in a subsequent slide, there are 2 major ways of doing that. For those of us who live close to a major hospital, the preferred way is to have Dr. Go or someone else go into the artery and put a balloon up and a stent in to get rid of the clot and the plaque buildup so that we restore blood flow. And we like to try to do that within 90 minutes. We know if that can be done, then there is a very good outcome in most cases. But what about in rural North Dakota? And it's the middle of January, and there's a snowstorm. What do we do then? Well, there's actually a not bad alternative, which is we can give what's called a clot buster medication. It's given into the vein. You don't have to get into the coronary artery. And as I'll show you, it's not as good as doing a stent, but it isn't bad. So one of the things we need to do is to make sure that we can figure out how quickly can we get a rural patient to a major center. And if we can't do it in a short enough window, then it's clearly better to give the clot buster and then maybe refer the patient when they're more stable and so forth. I'll go into that a little bit more later. Another big one, as I talked about earlier, is aortic dissection. This is an acute tear in the wall of the big blood tube that comes out of the heart, and that has to be dealt with emergently. Another one is when a patient gets an infection of a heart valve, where the infection, the bugs, can actually destroy the valve, typically leading to severe leaking of the blood back to the other chamber. And then people can have irregular rhythms. They can be too slow, or they can be too fast. And in the case of the slow heartbeat, the way we would fix it in a big center is to put in a pacemaker. But you're not going to do that in Hettinger, North Dakota. So what are you going to do? I'll show you in a second. And then there are fast heartbeats, which can be managed with medications or a shock. Let's go into this a little more, as I was talking about. So here in heart attacks, we can use a clot buster medication given in the vein in the local hospital. It's probably about 85% effective, or 80%. Stents are over 95%, but 80% is better than zero. So if you have a patient, if we have a patient, can't get to a big center, we can use the clot buster and then transfer the patient electively, and that's pretty good. You know, I think it was Aristotle who had this expression that the enemy of the good is the perfect. If we try to transfer every patient with a heart attack with a stent, for a stent, a certain percentage of those people are going to arrive late and with totally occluded arteries. It's much better in such situations to use the clot buster. And you need an established protocol where you know how long does it take to get from A to B, and you need that protocol. We have that in North Dakota. Second big problem, as we talked about, is aortic dissection and leaking of the heart valves. This is one where there isn't a good alternative. So if that happens out in Rugby, that patient, one way or the other, really needs to get to a larger center. Unlike with a heart attack, there isn't a good alternative. For the unstable rhythms, we do have things that can be used in rural areas. We even use them in big cities as a temporizing method. Slow heart rates, we can use an external pacemaker until the patient's transferred and gets a permanent pacemaker. And for the fast ones, we can use a shock, a defibrillator. I'm sure somewhere in this hotel we'll see a sign for an AED, automatic external defibrillator. So if I keel over as I'm giving this talk, please find the AED that's out there in the lobby or someplace, because that's what I need first. Before you transfer me to Essentia or Sanford, I need the defibrillator, and I'm sure there's one somewhere around here. And then rural patients, as I mentioned, surveillance is really important. If you have an aorta that's a little enlarged, we need to follow that. If you have a prosthetic valve, as was discussed on the anticoagulation question, we need to follow that valve to see if it's having any problems to prevent an acute problem. So how do we do that? Well, I think a really good way is coordination between the local caregiver in the rural community or elsewhere with a larger center. So I just came from my clinic, I'll show you this in a little bit, where we take care of patients from all over North Dakota who have congenital heart disease, but they're adults. So they've grown up with problems with their heart, and I, in combination with a pediatric cardiologist, take care of them, and we typically see them once a year. But their day-to-day care is in their local community. They're in Rugby, they're in Hettinger, and so forth, and those providers coordinate with us as need be. For the big decisions, a valve replacement, this operation, that operation, we need to be involved. But for the day-to-day surveillance, that often can be done in the local communities. One of the things that's really helped, particularly with rural patients, are so-called wearable devices, including Apple Watches. So let me tell you about a real patient. This is a young patient of mine with a prosthetic valve who sent me a MyChart message. So the patient typed in a message and saying, hey, I'm having some extra beats. I can feel them. My heart is skipping a beat. So I wrote back, again, I haven't seen the patient. I'm doing this over the chart. So I wrote back and said, oh, we need to see you. We need to get an electrocardiogram. we need to have you wear a monitor. And he said to me, as if he was talking to someone who was not very bright, he said, why? I can send you the recordings, the tracings from my Apple Watch. And he did, and here's the tracing. So what you can see, the 1, 2, 3, the fourth beat, that's an extra beat that we call a premature ventricular contraction. I looked over the entire tracing. He didn't have anything that looked dangerous, but I knew what this problem was. We knew how to treat it. I put him on the appropriate medication, and his symptoms went away. So that's an example of how we can use technology to extend the reach of a specialist out to the rural areas. So in monitoring and management, coordination is key. Wearable devices really help, and selective use of telehealth, where you see a patient on TV, talk back and forth, can be very useful. For surveillance, periodic imaging is important, and some of the imaging we do in the local communities, and then they electronically transmit the tracings to us for us to look at, just the way my patient did with his Apple Watch data. So, for certain conditions, such as the ones I've talked about, the partnership of a local provider in Rugby, in wherever, and a large referral center is ideal. So I mentioned, literally an hour ago, I was in the adult congenital heart disease clinic, where we have a team of pediatric and adult cardiologists who are familiar with a wide spectrum of congenital heart disease. There are structural heart disease clinics and heart failure clinics. But again, I want to emphasize that this is not an either-or consideration, it's an and consideration. You can provide a lot of the care in the local community coordinated with, as need be, a larger referral center. So, in summary, there are a couple of things we can do to help the overall situation in North Dakota. Number one, we can increase the supply of providers out in rural areas, and we're doing that through the so-called Healthcare Workforce Initiative, where we're expanding the number of medical students, the number of residents, that is, students who have graduated from medical school and are specializing in an area. We have offered financial incentives and a whole bunch of other stuff to get more providers in North Dakota and especially in rural areas. And we do it through the UND School of Medicine and Health Sciences, NDSU Pharmacy, and a whole variety of other institutions. And by the way, North Dakota is considered to be pretty attractive for providers. This is a survey that was done of physicians, in this case, in a so-called Medscape review, where they every year look at where people in the state say they are most happy. And so they looked at the North Central region, and number one on the list was North Dakota. So we are having more success in keeping providers here and attracting them here. The second is to try to reduce the amount of disease out there, to reduce the demand for services. If we keep all of us healthier, we don't need doctors and nurses. So we really need to emphasize those preventive aspects that I talked about before. And then finally, in addition to increasing the supply of providers and reducing the amount of disease out there, we need to really work even better on how that interacts in the care delivery model. And I've touched on some of the points, but here are some of them, including using interprofessional teams, including using artificial intelligence. We talked about wearable devices and telehealth. So we're doing a lot. What should we continue to do? Well, we should continue to implement that healthcare workforce initiative that I mentioned to increase the number of providers and attract them to rural areas, and work on how we can make care delivery even more effective. That's through more interprofessional teams, the use of artificial intelligence, wearable devices, and realizing that virtual care, telemedicine, is not an either-or proposition with an office visit. I like to think of it as an and, that we need to do both. So that's a brief summary of my take on healthcare delivery in North Dakota, and especially in the rural areas. And I think that we've made things better. We still have a ways to go, and I've outlined some of the areas where I think we can make even more progress. So I thank you for your attention, and when we get to the question and answer period, I'll be glad to try to answer any questions if you have any. So thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you again, Dr. Nguyen. Please welcome Dr. Jason Go, a specialist in interventional cardiology. Dr. Go provides outreach services at Sanford Health Clinics in East Grand Forks, Devils Lake, and Langdon, where he brings his expertise in cardiology to patients across northern Minnesota and North Dakota. Please welcome Dr. Go.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna make sure I need to figure this out. All right, well, my talk today talks about aortic stenosis. Actually, it's supposed to be aortic valve disease, but aortic valve disease is so vast that it's important that we get really good at the most important one. And one of the most important aortic valve diseases is aortic stenosis. So we're gonna go talk about that today. I have no relevant financial disclosures for this talk. So my objectives today is to help the audience understand the etiology, natural history, pathology, progression, and treatment of aortic valve stenosis, make the audience understand the treatment options for aortic stenosis, identify the gaps in care to help us treat our patients with AS, and understand the concept of a heart team and its role in the lifetime management of aortic stenosis. Before we do that, we have to understand what is the aortic valve and what does it do. The aortic valve is the main valve of the heart. When you understand that the heart are two parallel pumps with a series of valves, you see that there is a left side of the heart, which is red, where the mitral and aortic valves are present, and the right side of the heart, which is blue, where you have the tricuspid and the pulmonic valves. The aortic valve is the last valve that opens to let the blood out of the heart and closes so that the blood does not come back in. So that's the main function of the aortic valve. And therefore, aortic valve disease usually happens when the valve is either stenotic or could not open properly to let the blood out, or if it is insufficient, wherein it's not closing properly and the valve causes the blood to leak back into the heart, or it can be a combination of both. Again, for today's discussion, we're going to talk mainly about aortic stenosis, but a lot of the things that I will say today also equally apply to aortic insufficiency. Aortic stenosis, as you probably see in your handouts right there, is a very, very major pathology in the United States. It's the most common cause of left ventricular outflow obstruction in children and adults in the United States. And it's the second most common form of valvular disease in the US, particularly in patients more than 65 years of age. The most common is mitral regurgitation, but the burden of disease is typically more severe in aortic stenosis. This table from Lancet in 2006 shows the prevalence of aortic valve disease, specifically aortic stenosis. As you can see, it is the second most common disease state for aortic valves in the US. So what are the types of aortic valve stenosis? There are three types mainly. One is a congenitally abnormal aortic valve. That is, you are born with a valve that is not anatomically normal, and this leads to premature failure. There's another one called calcific or degenerative aortic stenosis, which is the most common form of aortic stenosis, wherein a morphologically normal tri-leaflet valve fails later in life because of degeneration and age. And there's rheumatic valve disease. Rheumatic valve disease is a situation wherein there's an inflammatory or immunologic injury to the valve, whether it's normal or abnormal at birth. And this typically occurs along with mitral valve involvement, and it's more common in the rest of the world. In places like the United States, the most common form of aortic stenosis is degenerative or calcific AS. The burden of aortic valve disease is only expected to increase because of aortic stenosis due to degeneration. As the aging population increases, the more patients we have with degenerative aortic stenosis. In a population-based study published in 1989, we see that in the US during that time, there were about 7 million people that were age 80 and up. And by 2050, this number is expected to multiply fourfold. So taking off from what Dr. Wynn just talked about, you can imagine the amount of physicians we would need to cover the emerging burden of aortic valve disease. 1 in 8 people over the age of 75 has moderate or severe aortic valve disease. The morphology of the aortic valve, whether it's born with a unicuspid or bicuspid valve, or whether you're born with a normal tricuspid valve that gets worse over time, determines the age of presentation. So for people over the age of 70, over 60% of those individuals will have degenerative or calcific aortic stenosis, while for people about 50 to 70, majority of those patients will actually have a bicuspid aortic valve or an abnormal valve. A unicuspid valve typically will fail within the first 10 to 20 years of life. The graph right here shows the distribution of the aortic valve morphology by age of a patient. So you can see that on the yellow bars, you can see that as we get older, it is usually a form of a calcific or degenerative aortic stenosis that present. While in the 50 to 70 age group, it's usually a bicuspid aortic valve. You can see there's virtually no unicuspid valves because they tend to present much earlier, as I said. So what are the risk factors for worsening of degenerative calcific aortic stenosis? The risk factors, as we have already implied quite a bit, is age. Each 10-year age difference is associated with a twofold increase in the prevalence of aortic stenosis. Male gender, twofold increased risk. Current cigarette smoking, as if we don't have enough reasons to stop smoking, is another 35% increased risk. Hypertension increases the risk by another 20% of progression of aortic stenosis. And high serum concentrations of bad cholesterol. However, the modification of cholesterol has not been yet shown to reduce the progression of aortic stenosis, even though it seems that these are a risk factor. We haven't unlocked the key to reducing the cholesterol in terms of reducing progression of AS. So the natural history of aortic stenosis and the progression of degenerative calcific AS is as follows. It starts with valve sclerosis and calcification. And when we say valve sclerosis, that's when mild scar tissue forms on the valve. And this leads to deposition of calcium and hardening of the heart valve. The hardening and stiffening of the heart valve leads to an outflow obstruction, meaning the heart is having trouble pushing against a valve that is now stiffer. This increases the velocity of the blood going through that and what we call the gradient, which is measured on echocardiograms by your physicians. And this leads to compensatory LVH, or a thickening of the walls of the heart wall. So when the valve becomes stiffer, the heart needs to become more muscular to pump the blood through that valve. And when the heart becomes thicker, what happens is it becomes harder for the heart to relax. It becomes harder for the heart to fill with blood. If you can't fill the heart with blood, then it can only eject the blood that's in it. So that, again, is a problem. And a thickened heart muscle also has more oxygen demand. So if you have more thick muscle that needs more oxygen, that also has to work harder because of the stiffer valve, that heart becomes ischemic or not having enough oxygen. And this eventually leads to systolic failure, or a failure of the heart to squeeze blood, which is the primary function of the heart. And hence you can see how this cycle can quickly become very, very difficult for patients. So the most important slide is this slide right here, and it's not empty, I promise. So what this is the natural history of aortic stenosis and how we recognize it and potentially make a difference. So as you can see on top, there is a 100% survival. That yellow line basically shows a latent period where the patients are asymptomatic. They do not have any symptoms, but there is increased thickening and calcification of the valve. There's increased obstruction and LV hypertrophy, as I discussed with you. The valve during this time becomes more stenotic. And then there's a period wherein symptoms begin to develop or patients begin to die. And so the survival does go down. And this period right here represents the symptomatic period wherein the patients develop that thing called diastolic dysfunction or failure of the heart to relax properly, and also cardiac ischemia wherein the heart becomes very thick and lacks oxygen and begins to fail in its function. During this time, the patients can present with several kinds of symptoms, which is heart failure, or basically fluid buildup, swelling in your legs, or shortness of breath, and we have failure over there, syncope, wherein the patients get lightheaded when they stand up and they can pass out, or angina, wherein the patient's lack of oxygen to the heart can cause chest pain. And depending on the symptom presentation, you can have a 50% mortality at 2, 3, or 5 years, depending on the presenting symptom. So if you present with angina or chest pain, there's a 50% mortality at 5 years. For syncope, it's 50% mortality in 3. And for heart failure, it's 50% mortality in 2 years. And so if untreated, aortic stenosis will typically lead to death at an average age of 63 years old based on this large population-based study. However, we have an opportunity to make a difference. If we do appropriate surveillance and intervene timely on these patients, we can control these symptoms, and with valve replacement, we can extend their survival curves, as you can see here. So how do we manage aortic stenosis? It's important to understand that because the problem is a hardened and thickened heart valve, medical therapy does not treat the main pathology in aortic stenosis. There's no medicine that has been found, no medical treatment that can reverse the changes on the aortic valve. Not yet, anyway. The only definitive treatment for aortic stenosis is that of aortic valve replacement. So we need to replace the pathologic or the diseased valve. And the way we do that historically is surgical aortic valve replacement, or SAVR, or SAVR. And in the last 10 or 15 years, we've developed a technology called TAVR, or TAVI, which is transcatheter aortic valve implantation. Transcatheter aortic valve implantation is a technology wherein a valve can be placed through your groin, typically, or any other large bore artery, on a wire into the heart and deployed inside your body to help replace that heart valve. Before the technology of TAVR, there was a treatment called balloon aortic valvuloplasty, which is a palliative form of treatment wherein the balloon is instead placed in the heart valve to crack open the valve that is stiffened to help the blood flow more easy. However, that can sometimes unpredictably lead to leakage in that torn valve, or the results of that might only be good for about 6 months. Hence, it was typically used as a palliative measure as a bridge to get patients to surgery before the advent of TAVR. So the evolution of management of aortic stenosis starts with medical symptom treatment, identify these patients so they can either get surgical AVR, and nowadays we perform minimally invasive transcatheter valve replacements, or TAVI. For surgical AVR, what is done is a sternotomy is done and a diseased valve is removed from the heart, and a mechanical or tissue valve is placed in its place. And if you get a mechanical valve, you will need anticoagulation, just like what was discussed earlier. And a tissue valve is placed. You don't need anticoagulation, or only need it for a very short amount of time, but then the drawback would be long-term durability. The picture on the right basically shows a live picture of a tissue valve being sewn into the aortic annulus. A transcatheter aortic valve, however, is different. What it is it's basically an access done through your groin or through your carotid or through a big vein in your leg. And basically, a wire is then put across the aortic valve, and that wire serves as a rail where we bring in a valve structure which is mounted on a stent frame and then expanded into the valve using a balloon. Hopefully this plays. Nope, it did not play. Is there a way to click that? Is there a way to click that button? Okay, good. All right. So as you can see, here is the valve, which is that rectangular structure in the bottom of the screen, which is being inflated by a balloon, while the heart is being placed in cardiac arrest using a pacemaker. After that, the balloon is then deflated, and the pacemaker is then turned off to allow the valve to begin functioning. So that is how we fix valves nowadays in most patients. Transcatheter aortic valves come in two general types. They are balloon expandable or self-expanding. Balloon expandable are the valves on the top line there, which is a valve basically mounted on a stent frame, and the frame is then inflated into the aortic annulus. And as you can see there, these are the first, second, and third generations of the balloon expandable valve. The one on the bottom is a self-expanding valve, which is basically a valve tissue that is sewn into a self-expanding nitinol frame, which is then unsleeved into that area of the heart. And again, that also does the same thing, which is basically mount itself in the native aortic valve and then have a valve inside that then takes over the function of your aortic valve. There are a lot of future directions in the development of these heart valves, which are rapidly developing. In fact, the three pictures that you saw there represent the first, second, and third generations of these valves. We are now in the fourth generation of these valves. And so engineering, which include improvement in the tissue quality, using bioengineering, coating these valves with anti-calcium treatment so that calcium does not develop on these valves. They are trying to improve the design of the stent struts to make it stronger, preferably thinner, maybe lower profile to allow for placing in even smaller arteries. There has been a lot of progress made on how these valves are deployed, where they're deployed exactly to give the best hemodynamic performance of the valve. And there's a lot of exciting data that's coming up on certain medications that may help reduce the failure of these valves early. Currently, the FDA has approved the TAVR technology for use in all patients, whether it's low risk, medium risk, high risk, or inoperable patients. And the data thus far has shown that these valves are equivalent to their surgical valve counterparts in terms of mortality, in terms of stroke reduction, and in terms of combination of these outcomes. Thus far, given the availability of the technology, which has been in the last 10 to 15 years, basically we see very equivalent durability of these valves compared with their surgical valve counterparts. The valve leaflets are actually identical to the surgical valves. It's only the way they are mounted and delivered that is different. So comparison of valve durability for bioprosthetic valve failure at 5 and 10 years are very equivalent for surgical and transcatheter valves. Long-term data is not available yet because we don't have patients that have received the valve as a low-risk patient who will be expected to live more than 10 years. But that data should be coming within the next decade. So how do we choose which patients get a surgical valve and which patients get a transcatheter valve? We use several factors that help us decide that. As I said earlier, the FDA has approved transcatheter valves for use in low-risk, intermediate, and high-risk patients. Sorry, I got a phone call. All right. And inoperable patients obviously will get the transcatheter valves. But there are several features. But the basic underlying tenet is that the higher risk patients, the more frail patients, patients with previous cardiac surgery, previous patients who are older, typically will get a transcatheter valve, whereas younger patients that may benefit from a mechanical valve or a Ross procedure typically get a surgical valve. If they're already getting surgery for another reason in their heart, like multivessel coronary disease, then they will get a surgical valve as well. Then this is what I was talking about just before. So this graphic right here takes a look at the factors that your physicians and heart team looks at in determining what kind of valve is best for you. We look at balancing life expectancy versus surgical risk. The longer the life expectancy of a patient, the more we think about a mechanical heart valve. So a patient typically younger than 50 years of age would be considered strongly for a mechanical heart valve or a Ross procedure because they're expected to outlive the bioprosthetic valves. Mechanical heart valves have tremendous durability performance, and hence if we can do that, we would like to do that for these patients so they only get one valve procedure. However, that comes with a caveat of lifelong anticoagulation or lifelong blood thinner. As the surgical risk goes up, these patients may not be able to tolerate surgery to replace a heart valve, which is the first three of those drawings. Hence, these patients at high surgical risk typically are routed to TAVI or TAVR because they can be done on patients even as they have very advanced age and are very sick. And this decision is made by a multidisciplinary heart team centered on your primary care doctor, general cardiologist, your cardiac sonographer, your heart failure specialist, your valve clinic coordinator, and the interventional cardiologist or heart surgeon, and their assistants. So the following slides are a few slides that I excerpted from the American Heart Association Target Aortic Stenosis program that was launched a few years ago. And they basically outline potential challenges to delivering this care for our patients. One of that is lack of awareness. So there's a lack of recognition of the burden of disease, not only among providers, but specifically among patients. These gaps in awareness can be attributed to patients minimizing their symptoms or blaming their symptoms on their age. Lack of awareness that there are minimally advanced therapies or advanced minimally invasive therapies that can treat patients even if they are very old or frail. So they can't say that I don't want to go through open heart surgery because I'm not strong enough to do that, because we have a technology that can treat these patients. There's also a misconception on the efficacy of medical therapy alone. Medical therapy may help symptoms, but they do not alter the course of disease. And for providers, do we really know that the asymptomatic patient with severe aortic stenosis is really asymptomatic? Because if patients are symptomatic, as you can see from that curve, they need to be treated. Otherwise, they will have early mortality. They say age is just a number. They say that age leads to symptoms. They basically say that as you get older, you start developing these symptoms: fatigue, shortness of breath, heart failure, chest pain, bad heart rhythms, or passing out or syncope. But what they don't realize is it's not the age that gives you these symptoms. It's actually the presence of a diseased heart valve that comes with age that gives you these symptoms. The diseased heart valve lead to that cascade that I explained a while ago that causes these symptoms. And what we know is that we can break this equation. We can break this equation by fixing the heart valve. And when we fix the heart valve, this no longer becomes true. Now, you no longer have these symptoms because these valves are very effective, over 80 to 90% effective at alleviating these symptoms. And when you have this, you have a better equation, which is happy individuals with good quality of life surviving with a normally functioning aortic valve. And I would like to talk about this study that was presented in 2019. Even in 2017, only 4% of responders are actually aware of what aortic stenosis was and was able to give an accurate definition on what it is. 4%. I would hope that after this talk that we would beat that 4%. So that's the first, the gap of awareness among patients. The second is gap in detection and diagnosis. So gap in detection and diagnosis refer to the burden on providers to be able to detect aortic stenosis and properly diagnose it. And you can see that we don't do a very good job of that most of the time. You can see that a study in 1997 basically showed that among graduating medical residents and providers, that the accuracy in detecting aortic stenosis by auscultation is very, very abysmal. And even for practicing clinicians or even cardiologists, that number, while substantially better, still can be improved. Aortic stenosis also is not an indolent disease that remains static. It requires constant monitoring and follow-up. We know that about 8 years is the typical amount of time for patients to develop severe aortic stenosis from the initiation of that process of sclerosis. And about 50% of patients with moderate aortic stenosis, moderate meaning not yet symptomatic, meaning not yet severe, half of those patients will need a valve replacement in the next 5 years. Lastly, there is a gap in referral. That is after you have a patient who is aware, who knows their symptoms, has seen a provider, and has been known to have aortic stenosis, there are still gaps in referrals. There's a study out of Chicago that basically showed that 1 in 4 patients had to wait more than 5 weeks before they were able to get treatment from the date of their referral for aortic stenosis. And data has shown that this 5-week gap translates to an 8% increase in mortality. And during the COVID year in 2020, there was actually a study that showed that when national healthcare systems were rationing care, they saw that when they got the patients with severe aortic stenosis, not critical, but still severe, and they deferred their treatment because of lack of resources, and only treated the ones that were critical, meaning the real sick ones, the patients who actually just had severe and were more stable actually did worse than the critical patients. Hence showing you that any delay in treatment to aortic stenosis can have measurable bad outcomes. So in order to improve the delivery of care for aortic stenosis, we need to enhance patient awareness, provider awareness in detection and diagnosis, and referral should be done promptly and efficiently so that we can treat these before there's a measurable delay in treatment and a measurable increase in mortality. So in summary, aortic stenosis is a serious and life-threatening condition whose prevalence is only expected to increase as we have an increase in life expectancy in an aging population. Treatment for aortic stenosis via surgical or transcatheter technologies is effective and available. Most patients, even the sickest of the sick or the oldest of the old, can be treated, particularly with minimally invasive catheter-based therapy. Personally, I have treated a patient who was 102 years old with a TAVR, and he has done well. There remain significant barriers and gaps to delivering this care to those who need it. And if we identify gaps in care, gaps in awareness for patients, providers, and referral, we will be able to help these patients. It will take a concerted effort to educate the public with programs like these, healthcare providers, and policymakers so that we can improve the care for these patients. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a short pause so the technology team can fix our glitch that we have going on here.
So let's get round to why I will be the first in line to open up, so I don't mind to give you all. So let's get round to why the one I need is tied up right now. So let's just wait a while. The one I need is tied up right now. So let's not draw the line, 'cause I can't make my mind up right now. So let's just wait a while. The one I need is tied up right. I will be the first in line to open just wait a while. The one I need is tied up right now. So let's not draw the line, 'cause I can't make my mind up right now. So let's just wait a while. The one I need is tied up right. It's unintended, but all in vain. It's what I found on my side. You knew I'd pass through, it's all the same. So let's get down to why.
All right, I think they got it fixed. Thank you for cooperating with us. At this time, we're going to hear from a few survivors. However, I first want to say if you have questions, there are note cards on your table. Please fill them out, and then we'll have them answered during our Q&A session. Our first survivor is Mike Preston, Philip Esteep. At 33, Philip underwent open heart surgery to receive a biological aortic valve replacement. Is it not on? Are we good?
I think you're introducing the wrong person.
Philip
There you go.
underwent open heart surgery to receive a biological aortic valve replacement. Having the procedure at a younger age has given him a unique perspective on recovery, long-term health, and staying active. He currently teaches at North Dakota State University and enjoys spending his free time traveling and outdoors with his wife and 2 kids. Please welcome Philip.
You have a lot of things to remember other than those, you know, so it's really...
Right.
All right, let's get started here. So thank you for the opportunity to speak here, and hopefully these personal anecdotes will be insightful for providers and maybe offer some insights to people who have a similar diagnosis or who are looking forward to, well, probably not looking forward, but who are expecting to have a similar procedure. So just as an overview, I was diagnosed at age 19 with bicuspid aortic valve with severe aortic regurgitation, and that was, again, identified when I was 19 years old. I went into the cardiologist due to palpitations, and they found the bicuspid heart valve. Now, the palpitations might have been more due to excessive caffeine, lack of sleep, and stress that comes with being a college student, but happy discovery, we found that aortic problem. So again, emphasizing what others have talked here today about, which is the need for screening, because that went missed until I was older. So medical management, it was just an issue of yearly follow-ups and echoes, intermittent use of low-dose lisinopril for afterload reduction, and at some point in the time between 19 and 30, and when I turned 34, the doctors did away with the lisinopril. Again, one of my favorite cardiology visits was when the doctor said, yeah, I don't need the lisinopril. He said, you're just delaying the inevitable. And so I've adopted that philosophy in my life, and now I just think of things as delaying the inevitable. But so no more lisinopril, just monitoring. Surgical intervention, so at 34, just a couple years ago, I underwent aortic valve replacement with a bioprosthetic tissue. And that, again, was selected for reasons that others have touched on today, which is lifestyle choices and wanting to avoid the use of long-term warfarin. So what I wanted to emphasize in my brief kind of story here was emotional health and recovery and that aspect. So just in cursory research for my presentation today, I found a lot of information out there, both on the American Heart Association's website and then in journals that cover the link between emotional health and then recovery post-surgery. There was also quite a bit of evidence or research on support systems, and I think Gina mentioned the need for people around you who care about you, who are there to support you. And I think for anybody who's gone through surgery, having that support system is a very big part of it. So I split my recovery up into 2 key phases, and these pretty much follow what my surgeon said I'd experienced. And he said the first 3 weeks would be the toughest, and once you make it through those first 3 weeks, then you just gotta make it through the next 3 months. So the first 3 weeks were really defined by that limited physical capacity. So no lifting, no strenuous activity. Now this was difficult because I had a 1-year-old at the time, and he insists on being carried around everywhere. And he's a pretty hefty 1-year-old, so I couldn't carry him around like he would like. And when they look up at you and want you to hold them and you're coming home from surgery, that's very difficult to deny them that. So that was, tugging on the heartstrings. The other issue was then, again, emphasizing that emotional aspect, and the psychological aspect was feeling pretty useless, not being able to do what I typically do around the house. And so I had this surgery in, I think, early February, and this was in Billings, Montana, so similar to here, you get quite a bit of snow out there. And I remember Kayla, my wife, she's a physician, and so I'm in good hands with her. She'd give me my medication and take good care of me and change my bandages, and she sat me down and said she's gonna leave with the kids for a while so I can have some peace and quiet. And she gave me my spirometer and told me to rest. And the second she left, I took that spirometer and I threw it on the bed, and I shuffled over to the windows and I looked outside and saw that nobody's been shoveling the sidewalk. And so I put on my boots and I put on my jacket, and this is a couple days after getting home, so that first week or so. And I said I could probably very carefully shovel the driveway, and I could probably shovel those sidewalks, and I'll surprise her when I'm home. And again, the thought process there is that if I'm not doing something, then I'm useless. And if I'm useless, then, that doesn't feel good, right? When you're taken out of commission and you're used to getting things done. So I went outside, and I did very gingerly at first push that shovel. And I was like, this isn't too bad, okay? And I knew it flew in the face of the advice my surgeon had given me. And he told me a horror story of a patient who had done push-ups when he went home and how that ended. And so I knew to be careful. But after a few minutes of that, I had some chest pain. I had feared that I had done something to my stitches, and that did not feel good. And I realized very quickly that I made a critical mistake. And so I shuffled my way back inside. And the stitch area hurt, okay? And then I started to worry. And that worry, I don't know if you're aware, but after heart surgery, you're hyper aware of your heartbeat. But after that surgery, I felt my heart rate going up, okay? And the anxiety of thinking that I did something made it go up. And then my little Apple Watch, of course, flared me a little notification, you have a high heart rate. And so I watched it creep up from 130 to 140, and now the anxiety's building. Okay, and the more anxious I'm getting, the higher that heart rate is going. And the higher the heart rate's going, the more anxious I'm getting, okay? And that led to a feedback loop, which some people might refer to as a panic attack, essentially. But it kept going and going, and it kept getting higher and higher. Heart rate's now 200, and I'm sitting inside. And, luckily, and at that point, if you're having a panic attack, the two thoughts you're having are, you're either, you're gonna die, okay? That's the perception always, which is what makes it such a volatile feedback loop. But I had a few tools in my mental health toolkit, and I realized what was happening, and luckily I was able to do some breathing exercises like as Dr. Last talked about earlier, the psychologist, and those truly are helpful. and not just the breathing and the deep breathing, but also telling yourself that it's going to be fine. And so took a few deep breaths, took some time, watched the heart rate go down and down and down until it stabilized. And so that was a wake-up call and a humbling experience too, because I had imagined that I would power my way through this recovery. I would just handle it. But the reality is that it takes a real physical toll on you, and it's not something you can power through. So you had to adjust to that temporary dependence and reduce activity. You're feeling easily agitated and exhausted. And like I said, you have that strong desire to get back at it. But after that incident, I did take it easy. And luckily, I have a very supportive wife, and my children were also very helpful. They knew not to roughhouse with me, and they knew that I'd be not carrying anybody around for a while. So I made it through the first 3 weeks. And that was big, because after 3 weeks, something happens, and you feel much better. Then we start the first 3 months. And at that point, your cognitive clarity returns. I don't know if it has to do with just the experience of having a surgery and your body going through that, or the medications that you're on, or a combination of all of that. But after the first few weeks, that cognitive clarity comes back. You feel less agitated. You feel more hopeful. And then a big turning point is cardiac rehab. So cardiac rehab was great, because that gave me that outlet that I needed. I needed to go in there. I needed to move my body. They had a great team in there that met me where I was physically. Of course, I had trained before surgery. I wanted to be as healthy as I could. And afterwards, I was very eager to get back to it. And it's also a great confidence boost to run laps around the octogenarians in there. So that was great too. They were all supportive. But now you're rebuilding routines and movement and growing confidence. And so that emotional aspect of recovery was really the most surprising to me. I had known the physical recovery would be hard, but I had no idea just how tough emotionally that could be. And just thinking about it brings me back to that time. But you know, some lessons were learned, and of course I look at everything as, you know, what did you get out of this experience? And some of the big lessons are, you know, I cannot force recovery, and I think that's important for anybody who's had surgery or who's going to have surgery to remember. It's not something that you can will yourself through. Your body has to do its thing, and you have to let your body basically heal, and you need the rest. You need to do what the doctor says. You don't need to impress anybody, so you just need to sit down and breathe in that spirometer and follow your medication regimen. So patient compliance, very important. Another thing I needed to learn, and that I did learn, is that I will need to depend on others sometimes, okay? So you need to let caregivers be caregivers. Okay, and that was a big lesson, because while you're the one who's going through the surgery, you know, your wife, your husband, your kids, your mom, they're going to be going through it with you. And it's going to be very important for them and for their emotional well-being to be able to take care of you. So something I learned is to just let people take care of you when you're in need like that. And that goes along with accepting support and then being thankful and showing gratitude for that support. So another thing that I learned was to control what I can. Okay, I could not control the speed at which my body healed. Okay, I couldn't do anything about that. I can't control, you know, this chronic health condition that I have, or this heart problem that's going to be you know, kind of a reoccurring issue throughout my life. But what I can control is are the health choices that I make. So I can stay physically fit. I can eat right? I can avoid, you know, gaining weight. I can avoid smoking, that's an easy one. I can just make healthy choices that won't exacerbate my current or existing health issues. And another thing that I can do is I can choose what attitude I have. So mindset and mood were really as big a part of my recovery as medications and rehab. So you can control quite a bit when it comes to your health. And it's also very empowering knowing that you can control your attitude that you take towards your recovery. And then finally, the biggest lesson learned was there's a lot to be grateful for. In generations past, many of the things that we have surgeries for now would have been a death sentence, and you wouldn't have had those extra decades of life. So gratitude that we have the surgeons that we have the doctors and the medications and the pharmacists and the providers, and gratitude for the medical technology that we have, these cool heart valves that we can use, right? And finally, gratitude for your support system, especially my wife and my kids. So that's them. So cute family, and of course you can see the 1-year-old being carried. And good advice is don't carry your kids too much, because now he's 4 years old and he still wants to be carried. So lesson learned there as well. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I appreciate this event. I appreciate the support that it gives people who are going through who have gone through surgery or who expect to go through surgery, and for their families too. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Philip, for sharing your story. Now we have Mike Preston, a courageous survivor of aortic dissection. Mike's journey through diagnosis and recovery has inspired many. And he now shares his story to raise awareness and help others understand the importance of early detection in heart health. Please welcome Mike.
Yeah.
FARGO with my Rock from the Heart family, I get a real sense of connection being around people who have a genuine understanding of what I've experienced. Although, when I was here a couple years ago, I happened to mention to Sebastian Bach that I had survived an aortic dissection, and he said, "Aortic dissection? Is that a metal band?"
That's okay. I'm going to give you popcorn.
It should be. So, I'm coming up on 5 years as a survivor, and it feels like in that 5 years I told my story hundreds of times and in hundreds of different ways, depending on the situation and who I'm talking to. And, my head's like a magic 8-ball. I just shake it and see what floats to the surface. But these days, when I reminisce about what I went through, it tends to center on making plans and having those plans interrupted. So that's basically the approach I've adopted in telling my story. So one of my favorite quotes is from that great American philosopher, Mike Tyson. And he said, "Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face." And I think when COVID hit back in 2020, a lot of us felt like we'd been punched in the face. And the thing to do when you get knocked down is to get back up again and make a new plan. So my new plan involved riding out the pandemic, catching up on my Netflix shows, and just going back to work again when it was all over. It's a pretty good plan, but then life punched me in the face again. On May 20th of 2020, I was sitting home minding my own business when I suddenly experienced what felt like an electric shock go from my jaw to my chest, and my heart began pounding out of control. I was drenched in sweat, and I couldn't catch my breath to save my life. And I remember thinking, I can't wait to share this with an audience. So here we are. I later learned that I had an aneurysm that had burst and shredded my aorta from stem to stern. As one of my surgeons told me, "You're pretty lucky. Most people who have what you had don't make it to the operating table." But I did make it to the table, where a team of surgeons operated on me for 12 hours. Then I spent 5 days on a ventilator. Then they woke me up again, and it was time to make a new plan. I still intended to catch up on my Netflix shows and eventually go back to work again, but first I had to throw in learning how to walk all over again. So it was 2 weeks in the hospital, another 2 weeks at a physical rehab center, and then back home to get started on the new plan. And it was going well. I was able to get rid of the walker within a couple of weeks, felt like I was getting a little stronger every day, and there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Then I got punched in the face again. At the end of September, after a week of what I thought was an intense sinus infection, the headache got so bad that I finally went to the emergency room where they ran a series of tests and a CAT scan and informed me that I had suffered a stroke. The doctor even came in with that black and white x-ray picture of my brain and pointed out things that I pretended to understand. You know how they do that with the whole, see, the dark gray area is supposed to be like the light gray area over there. Obviously, I was thinking the same thing. And it looks like there's a storm front moving in over Cleveland, too. But the bottom line is, I dodged a major bullet, and once again, I had all these medical professionals telling me how lucky I was. To be perfectly honest, I was getting a little tired of being so damn lucky all the time. I'd rather be one of those poor bastards who didn't have a stroke. But you play the hand you're dealt. So it was another week in the hospital and then back home to make a new plan. Only this time, going back to work again was off the table. The cumulative effects of my health issues had left me with a major deficit in my stamina and a little hitch in my giddy-up. So now planning became more challenging, as in, what the hell am I going to do? I can't do all these things I used to do, but I'm still here, so I got to do something. I feel like I'm in the bonus round of life. You know, I have a special bond with food that's past its expiration date. We are kindred spirits, and we're here for a reason. So what's the plan? Another one of my favorite quotes is from Winston Churchill, and he said, when you're going through hell, keep going. And that basically became the plan, just keep going. You know, I found that I'm more content when I feel like I'm being useful. So every day I scrape together what's left of me and I try to do something with it. I just keep going. And just to clarify, I'm not going through hell by any means. I mean, I've had many wonderful experiences in the bonus round. This is my second trip to Fargo, so obviously I'm living life in the fast lane. But I do have certain limitations and continual reminders that life is indeed a gift and not a guarantee. These days when I go in to see my doctors, I can't shake the feeling that they're looking at me like I'm an old car they restored and they can't believe this thing is still running. But there's always something that needs a little tweaking. 2 years ago, 2022, I went in, my surgeon informed me that I was in need of more extensive repair on my descending aorta. And that knocked me on my ass once again. But I got up again, and along with some other major changes in life, that became a very transformative year. Last year, when I went in for my annual scan and checkup, he informed me there was still a little more repair surgery that would have to be done, and they had to do it in 2 stages. So one operation was scheduled for June and another one for July, and any plans I had for the summer were replaced by hospitalization and recuperation. So while it wasn't exactly what you would call a fun summer, it was substantially more fun than dying. This year when I went in, he said there's still a little residual leaking from the original dissection. We're going to have to do an outpatient surgery on that in a couple of weeks. So yeah, the constant maintenance gets a little tiresome, but I'm so glad that there are people who are competent and caring enough to monitor my situation and take actions to correct it, rather than relying on me to stay on top of things. That would be a disaster. When I think about those surgeons who operated on me for 12 hours, I'm so grateful they have a better work ethic than I do. If I can't fix something in 20 minutes, I just throw it out. But these guys just kept going. You know, there's all kinds of inspirational quotes about how it's not how many times you get knocked down that matters, it's how many times you get back up. And I don't have anything that deep or profound. But if there's one thing I've learned through all my trials and tribulations, it's this. You are never going to catch up on your Netflix shows. They just keep making new ones. It's like getting punched in the face, and apparently it's part of the plan, so just keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. At this time, we're going to have our Q&A session. Do we have some providers still in the room? Yes, a couple. Perfect. All right. We only have 2, so we'll also open it up to the floor with a mic if there's anyone else that has a question that didn't write one. How can Marfan syndrome be corrected before or during pregnancy? This is more of a Dr. Farkas question.
Okay, so I'm married to her, so I'll give it a try. So Marfan syndrome, I wasn't here for her talk, I was seeing patients. Marfan syndrome is a congenital abnormality where the connective tissue in the body gets frail and doesn't stick together. And one of the 2 big problems that we see in the heart are that the mitral valve can leak and you can get aortic dissection. So in pregnancy, well, let me start. Regardless of pregnancy, there's no way of getting rid of Marfan syndrome. You're born with it, it's a genetic abnormality, and you have it. What we need to try to do is to mitigate the risk. So there are a variety of things that we do in different situations, including during pregnancy, to monitor things. One of the critical things is, as my talk suggested, is looking at the size of the aorta, because we know that the risk of that aorta tearing, dissecting, is related to its size, and we have good guidelines. So if we have someone who is planning a pregnancy, as an example, one of the things we would advise the patient is careful surveillance as far as the size of their aorta, because in some cases, if it's at a critical level, you might advise, for instance, a patient to not become pregnant until the aorta is fixed, as an example. So when we see patients in the congenital heart disease clinic, as an example, one of the things we urge women if they're in the age group where they could become pregnant is to have a discussion with us ahead of time so that they don't put themselves and their potential offspring at risk with an unexpected pregnancy. So what I would say is the thing we don't want to have is someone who has something like Marfan syndrome becoming pregnant and then coming to see us. That's the wrong order. You need to come to see us beforehand so we can discuss the risks of pregnancy and what we can do to mitigate the risk. So discovering it once you're pregnant or coming in once you're pregnant is the wrong order. So that's, as Dr. Go pointed out, as I pointed out, as one of our speakers pointed out, discovering this ahead of time really helps so that we can plan down the road.
Thank you. Next question. Is there a genetic cause for dissection? What is the screening process, and what does that look like for siblings, children, grandchildren?
I was just going to say that I think Dr. Nguyen has eloquently answered the question regarding the genetic, causes for aortic dissection and stuff. So basically, there are conditions like Marfan syndrome, Ehlers-Danlos, bicuspid aortic valve actually have aortopathies that can predispose for aortic aneurysms and dissections. And those conditions, when you have family members that have them, if, for example, somebody with a bicuspid aortic valve in your family, you should have your first-degree relatives checked and your offsprings checked, particularly if there's more than one in the family tree. And the way these are surveyed, as was implied by Dr. Nguyen, is to have regular echocardiograms, check with your primary care provider, and get established with a cardiologist so these can be monitored. And because at certain sizes, at certain diameters, there is a higher risk of rupture than the risk of surgery. So at that point of crossover is when you tend to manage these patients. And if your size of your aorta is not at that range yet, then you are carefully monitored. But basically, you want to be established and to be monitored regularly.
Thank you. I would only add to that that in addition to the genetic abnormalities, as Dr. Go mentioned, even more common probably is that a congenital abnormality of the aortic valve, which I assume you had, typically it's called bicuspid. So the normal aortic valve has 3 cusps. For those of you who remember, it looks like a certain beer sign from many years ago. There aren't too many people who remember in any event. And then a bicuspid valve has only 2 cusps, bi meaning 2. There is a very high frequency of the aorta becoming enlarged in a bicuspid valve. The proof of it, I mentioned earlier I was in my adult congenital heart disease clinic. We saw 5 patients with a bicuspid aortic valve and an enlarged aorta. And we have very good data to know when we need to suggest prophylactic, ahead of time, aortic ascending aorta replacement with or without a valve, depending upon the valve problem, to prevent aortic dissection. So this is where screening is very important. By the way, how do you diagnose a bicuspid aortic valve? This is something I tell my medical students a lot. Yes, we do echocardiograms and other things like that, but the first line is someone who is skilled in listening with a stethoscope, because there are typical findings in a bicuspid aortic valve in a young person that someone who is skilled in doing it can identify at the bedside. So this is, again, an example of we don't want to wait until a problem occurs. We want to try to identify it ahead of time. But I agree with what was said. Most bicuspid valves should be identified in childhood. And I can't tell you the number of adults I've seen when I tell them that they have a bicuspid valve, they say, I have a what? And it should have been diagnosed before. So we who do education need to do a better job in making people aware of the things you listen for. But there are pretty typical findings for many patients with a bicuspid valve that we can identify ahead of time so that we can intervene as necessary to prevent dire outcomes.
So the question was from spontaneous events, like SCAD. So SCAD stands for spontaneous coronary artery dissection. So it's typically common in younger women, for example, wherein their coronaries, even if they're normal, they don't have any plaque or they don't have any buildup of cholesterol plaque, that they suddenly have a small microscopic injury that tears the artery. And then can lead to a heart attack or can lead to angina or chest pain. Typically, when we have these patients with SCAD, we have to look for things like fibromuscular dysplasia. So what that is it's an abnormality in the middle lining of the arteries. So the arteries have 3 layers, that middle layer. If there's a problem with that layer, that's when these events can happen. So we've had patients that have had heart attacks, but they're young. They go to the cath lab, and when we look at them, they basically have normal-looking arteries with the exception of that one spot. And in the right patient, that clues you to the presence or possibility of SCAD. And what we do there is we survey the patients. We do carotid ultrasounds. We do renal ultrasounds. We might do renal MRAs or CTAs, or basically these are non-invasive scans of the arteries to see whether or not they have these typical changes so that we can institute proper treatment. For example, a patient with fibromuscular dysplasia on the kidneys may be prone to developing hypertension, and the treatment for that will be very different. If they have a presence of fibromuscular dysplasia in their carotids, they might benefit from antiplatelet therapy. They might need for more frequent surveillance. A lot of times, unfortunately, because of how it's said, right, SCAD, or spontaneous coronary artery dissections, these are spontaneous events. These are events that typically, when they get diagnosed, it's usually the first time you're presenting with it. You don't know you have it until it does happen to you. But there are sometimes some genetic predispositions for this. So when you have a family member, first-degree relative that has had a heart attack when they're very young, or have had an abnormality like a stroke when they're very young, these things would clue you to at least see your provider so you can be screened for that.
I wasn't going to ask this, but my curiosity's up. It's a question for Philip, the survivor, and I'll probably have to hand you the mic to answer it, but I needed to hear the rest of the story. When your wife came home, did she see that you had tried to shovel and come in and give you a good tongue lashing?
No, she did not. So I made sure to hide the evidence and go back to my armchair and rest peacefully with my spirometer. So.
All right, thanks. Classic, classic.
There's one in the back.
Yeah, I guess I have a question for Dr. Wayne, and I started asking the question while we were on break. And he had, on one of his slides, he talked about using AI in the field. And during the break, he explained a little bit about using AI for predictive diagnosis, like in the case of EKGs. And so I'm wondering if you can either expand on that, or if you have any other use cases for AI in the field that you could share.
Thank you. So I think all of us have heard about artificial intelligence, and I think most of us don't quite understand what it is. But let's just say it is a way that we use computer networks to almost simulate what the brain does, but a billion times faster and at a much larger range. So I see three areas where AI is really going to help us a lot. Number one is I think it will really help us in how we educate healthcare professionals. Number two is I think it'll help us in how we manage healthcare how healthcare professionals manage patients. And number three is in research, in learning stuff that we just don't know now. Let me give you an example of how it can be used to help in patient care. So when a patient comes to see us, healthcare providers, we typically do what's called a differential diagnosis. So the possibilities are this or this or this, and then we try to narrow it down by doing further tests and so forth until we get to the final diagnosis. But it's often involving probabilities. You know, so for instance, if I have a 70-year-old man with high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, and cigarette smoking, who comes in with chest pain that is typical of a coronary blockage, pressing substernal chest pain that occurs with exertion, I don't need to do a stress test on that person. There's a 95% chance or higher that that person has a blockage. Contrast that with a 30-year-old woman with no risk factors who has chest pain that will last for hours at a time and increases if she takes a deep breath. There's a less than a 1% chance that that's due to a blockage. So in situations where there are extremely high probabilities one way or the other, we don't need to do a lot of thinking about it because it's pretty straightforward. But that isn't where most patients come in. Most patients are somewhere in the middle where we need to try to factor out what it is. And here AI can help by, if it's been exposed to hundreds of thousands or millions of patient records where the AI machine knows what the outcome was and it can look at the predictive factors, then AI can really help. So a patient comes in, AI listens to the patient along with the doctor, and the doctor does her differential diagnosis, and then AI does it. And increasingly, we're seeing that the AI assessment of what's going on is better than the doctors. So I see, particularly in the management of patients, an incredible opportunity for AI to help, not take over, but help, particularly on the diagnostic side. You know, what's really going on with this patient? What are the proper tests that we should do? There, I think increasingly we're seeing the potential for how AI can help.
Just like to add to regarding the diagnosis. So the way artificial intelligence platforms work is with training. So these AI computers are being trained on, like what Dr. Wynn has said, you know, millions upon millions of patient data. And I think one way it can really impact, particularly from cardiology perspective, would be, you know, these machines that interpret EKGs or interpret scans. So these machines can be exposed to a lot of EKGs, like literally probably more than 1 billion EKGs. And they can be exposed to the data like of these patients, like, oh, this was a STEMI or a heart attack. But when they took him to the cath lab, they did not see that. That's one advantage of AI, wherein they can literally probably have a better interpretation of the EKG or interpretation of a CAT scan, because the technologies can be exposed to millions of scans where they could be looking at lung nodules, they can be looking at calcium in the coronary arteries, and these can be automated to a great degree, and it will enhance our ability to diagnose patients, which also helps probably in reducing unnecessary testing for these patients. You know, you can have a patient that the EKG looks like a heart attack. Right now, the process is it's seen by a provider, and then it's run to a cardiologist or an interventional cardiologist who makes a call whether or not this patient is having a heart attack and should go to the cath lab. A lot of those can sometimes be false positives, and you go to the patient, you take them to the cath lab, and they have no blockage. AI has the potential to help reduce these false positives, help reduce unnecessary invasive testing, or on the flip side, help detect these subtle findings that even trained eyes may miss.
Do you have one, Amy?
Amy's got a question. I got a question too, so I'll let you go first.
I always have a million questions, and even though I've been doing this and learning and having these aortic ed sessions for, I think, 6 years now, I always learn something new. I think for me, with hearing the survivors telling their stories, I mean, Philip's story could have been Pete's story, except Pete ended up with a bonus surgery, I call it, where he had left bundle branch block and got the bonus pacemaker that now lives, you know, and as a drummer, we always joke that it makes for infinite drummer jokes when you've got a mechanical clicking heart valve and a pacemaker, keeping the time. But my question kind of comes to the left bundle branch block that Pete was diagnosed. When he was in the hospital, I heard the doctors talk about it right after the surgery, that there was something going on, that it was scar tissue, it might, you know, resolve and it might not. But they were going to do the pacemaker if it didn't get better. Fast forward a couple years, I know we don't have an electrophysiologist here, but is that changing? You know, he got the pacemaker because he was once told, he goes, if we were to see that today, we probably wouldn't have given you the pacemaker. So I don't know if that has changed, if you have any insight into the bonus surgery, because as much as Pete's doctors told him that it was extremely rare to end up with that, I've lost count of how many people who've had the bicuspid valve and the aneurysm valve and aneurysm surgery who did end up with a pacemaker.
So just to understand the question, so the patient that you were talking about wound up with the bonus surgery, the pacemaker, because of the left bundle branch block. And you're wondering how common that is nowadays, or if we knew what we knew, that maybe he didn't need it at that time. Is that right? Right. So I find it really interesting regarding the whole left bundle branch block situation story. And obviously, when faced with questions like these, I always kind of start by saying that, well, I wasn't there and I did not see what they saw on the screen. So, obviously there's something that could be lost in translation about how you recall the events and all of that, because we sometimes need to understand we weren't there in the position of the clinicians who were seeing him at that time. But going back to the whole bicuspid aortic valve, and then they got the aortic valve replaced and they did a bundle branch block. The conduction system of the heart actually goes very close to the aortic annulus where the valve sits. And so there is a right and a left bundle. The right bundle is a fairly small and fragile structure. And the left is a more robust structure, which is divided into the left anterior fascicle and the left posterior fascicle. So basically, the right is kind of small-ish and kind of fragile, and the left is kind of more robust and beefy, and there's like 2 of them. And so it's not uncommon to find a patient with the right bundle branch block, and we just basically tell them that it's just almost like a normal variant nowadays, because it commonly happens to a lot of patients. And basically, the bundle branch block pattern itself happens because one conduction system is faster than the other. So if the right is slower, then he will have a right bundle branch block, but that does not mean that there's no conduction there. It's just that the left is faster. So it looks like the right has a bundle branch, or the right is slower. And the opposite is true if it's a left bundle. But because the left bundle is more robust and thicker, typically when there is a left bundle, it usually means something is going on. Whether or not that's organic disease, or you had an infection at some point, or in this case, you had a valve that was put in, and if that valve is impinging more on the left bundle, it can create that left bundle. And typically, a left bundle branch in and by itself should not lead you to get a pacemaker. A bundle branch block, whether it's right or left bundle, it would not lead to a pacemaker. So I suspect that when they did the valve and he developed a new left bundle branch block, they were probably seeing some additional findings, whether or not they saw some dropped beats because of that, or a second-degree heart block because of that. I don't think that they would have tried to put in prophylactically a pacemaker, just because you have a left bundle, thinking that, well, the right bundle could also fail. But because even if both bundles were to get injured, that does not mean that you're going to need a pacemaker. It could just mean you get a prolonged PR conduction or a first-degree AV block, basically. So perhaps they saw the development of a left bundle, and then at the same time, they saw some phenotypic manifestation of that, whether it's drop beats or bradycardia or multiple P waves that were not conducted, which made them think that you might need a pacemaker, particularly because getting heart valves placed, particularly in the aortic valve, can predispose you to have conduction problems. And that's common whether it's surgery or a transcatheter valve. Yeah, currently for transcatheter valve, about 5% of patients will wind up with a pacemaker because they would get heart block.
All right, I have a question for either Dr. Go or Dr. Nguyen. We watch all these med shows. Obviously, they're TV. They're made for TV. They're dramatic and things like that. One of my favorites to watch is Chicago Med, for the drama and all that good stuff. But one thing that really kind of bothers me, and I guess from personal experience, is how they're just going to say, well, we'll just throw them on ECMO and they'll be fine. So could one of you explain, first of all, the difference between like bypass and ECMO, and the severity of the situation in which somebody is put on ECMO?
Okay, the questions are getting more complicated. All right. So ECMO stands for extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. So basically, it's almost replacing your heart and lungs. Basically, it's to simplify it, you're basically getting your circulation supported by a machine that's capable of providing the function of a lung, which is to put oxygen in your blood. Bypass, when you get bypass surgery, basically you are in a form of an extracorporeal circulation, but you're still intubated, you're still ventilated, so you're still getting the lung function natively. Now, like what you said, patient's not doing too hot, let's just throw him on the ECMO and be fine with it. It's because when your patient's hypotensive, not getting oxygen, they're in shock, their lungs are flooded with fluid, their lung and heart functions don't work. And you need time to let the heart recover or to remove the fluid from the lungs or maybe dissolve the clot from a pulmonary embolism or something like that. Then yes, you put them on an ECMO because basically it replaces a hardened lung. And so your circulation and oxygenation becomes more controlled and buys you time while the main problem is fixed. Bypass, on the other hand, which obviously can be more morbid because they're opening your chest and all that, but that's for a different process. They're basically replacing your circulation for the purpose of sewing in bypass grafts. You can have a support pump, or let's say a tandem heart, or so that's a different kind of device where they essentially take your circulation outside using a machine without the lung function to help support you through a process. So bypass, it's more morbid because they have to open up your chest. It replaces the circulation, but you don't need bypass to replace the circulation. You can use ECMO for that because you don't need to open the chest for ECMO. You just need 2 large bore catheters.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think we might be good.
All righty. Well, before we close, I want to tell everyone to please take everything that you brought into this room with you outside of the room, because this room is completely getting revamped for dinner. And also, thank you for being a part of the Rock from the Heart community and for joining us today. Your presence and engagement make a huge difference in raising awareness and building a stronger support network for those affected by aortic and heart valve disease. Thank you so much for attending today.